it.
You know, the representation of indigenous women, women of color, girls within the justice system and the child welfare system today. So, yes, let's start with that song. Again, I welcome all of you. We're going to start with the keynote in just a few minutes. So, Sandra will be up first. And if you need anything, I'm sure you can find me. I'm wandering in circles. How about
Oh, this is one. Yeah, that's it.
Autumn, just play the slideshow for now.
Yeah.
The slideshow.
It looks like it's good right now.
Where's the USB with the
I
slideshow?
give it to Disney.
Oh.
I'm not sure if he transferred any files. I can quickly do some. I'll put some files in.
Is this yours?
Oh, it. Nothing? I'm just gonna check if I need this.
introduced you, but I'll do it again. Okay.
Good morning. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting as I sat in the back room there. I'm really happy to be here in the homeland of the Musqueam. And Sawatut and I can't remember how to pronounce the Squamish nation. So I come from what's now known as Manitoba. In the Ojibwe language, it's Manituapi, which means the place where God sits. And I come from the Cree and Anishinaabe and Métis people. And as we enter today in the recognition of the start of the 16 days, we're getting a lot of feedback. The 16 days for the elimination of violence against women. Okay. How does that sound? It's good? Okay. I kind of feel like I won't say. So as we enter into this, the beginning of the recognition of the 16 days of the elimination of violence against women, I want to talk to you about what we're doing in Manitoba, some of the projects, particularly the Red Dress Alert, and talking about the intersectional work and action that we're doing, and hopefully we'll be able to provide some support to you in this territory, and also be able to take some things back home with me. So look, it really is an opportunity to share and to lift each other up in this work, this very challenging work. So I work with a table, a provincial table called Gaganawe Mananig, and what that means is we all take care of them. And it was named by the Anishinaabe grandmothers, Mary Metue Oshing and Dana Mamora. So we're really grateful for their work and connection to the spirit of all things. Represented at our table are 16 frontline Indigenous-led organizations, Indigenous and female-led organizations in Manitoba, with also the representation of the Southern Chiefs Organization and the Manitoba Kiwetinawi Ogamaganak that represents the Northern Chiefs. We also have community representation from rural and northern Manitoba. Each of those bodies are represented by a majority of women who have experienced violence or have had family members that have been murdered. So all of the work that we do is guided by those that have been most impacted and have the most to share. in terms of creating change in our community. Which brings us to the national inquiry. One of the foundational elements that was forwarded by the national inquiry was the understanding that families and survivors have so much to contribute, and the foundational principle, nothing for us without us, is critical in all our work. And I just want to acknowledge Bernie and Gladys and all the other family members that, you know, put their heart and soul into creating a framework for Canada based on their experiences and providing the guidance for all of us to do something different. And so we are forever grateful for that work. So coming out of the national inquiry, we understood our lived experience has taught us in Manitoba particularly, from the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry in the late 1980s, that we gave our heart and soul and our understanding and how we saw systems change. And we gave that to government in the report of the inquiry, expecting things to change. And nothing had. None of the recommendations that were brought forward were implemented. So what that taught us is, you know, we know as Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA persons, that if things are going to change, we're going to have to make a change. We're going to be the ones that will have to take action. So the work didn't end with the final report, Reclaiming Power in Place. Really, the work continued from work that had been going on for 50 years, you know, creating change and creating space, making voices heard. It took that long for that report to come out, and we know it's going to be the only report that focuses on creating change for all of us as Indigenous people and recognizing the intersectional approaches for women of color and other racialized women and 2S LGBTQIA persons. So after that, we had, recognizing that the 231 calls to justice, if we can get one of them implemented, that would be a shift, you know, that would create a shift. And so we know that there were two, for sure, that were completed, and that was in the area of corrections, the appointment of a Indigenous commissioner. And so we may not get the 231 in our lifetime, but we can certainly work to get some, and part of that work is the creation of the Red Dress Alert, which coming out of the all-party support of a resolution brought forward by MP Leah Gazan, again from Winnipeg Centre, calling the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA persons a national emergency. So that received all party support. Coming out of that, then we had the government do the consultation on 1.10, which was the creation of a body for reporting the implementation of the 231, and also the investigation and reporting by the special advisor Jennifer Rattray on 1.7, which is the creation of an ombudsperson's office. So those two things were done and tabled in the House. Then the third thing was the creation of the red dress alert. So that was brought forward in budget 2024 in the spring, and there were, you know, a couple of provinces that were interested, and I don't know, and I know that BC was one of them, and the other one was Manitoba. So what we have done in Manitoba is that we had also, with all this going on with the consultations for the Red Dress Alert pilot project, which was actually led by community and included the Liberal Party and the NDP and the federal service. So those things really never happen, right? That kind of collaboration never really happens. So we held 16 consultations virtually across the country, and were able to present a report to the federal, provincial, territorial, and Indigenous table in February of this year. So in the meantime, we also had to work with the trial of the serial killer in Manitoba, and still try to do the work to implement the Red Dress pilot project. So in the fall, actually the end of September, Gaganawe Mananig was chosen by the provincial government to move forward on the implementation of the Red Dress pilot project. So where we won't have to start at the beginning, but because we have a representative table across the country, we have the evidence from our national consultations. We have various groups that already exist doing some things in the province that we feel that we would be able to implement the alert by, you know, spring or early summer of 2025. And so while, you know, most people think that summer is about taking breaks, you know, from the busyness, we know that those of us that work in the front line, that in Manitoba particularly, from the time the snow melts to the fall, is the time when our women are most vulnerable. So that we're hoping to be able to support this pilot project before summer. What that means is to be able to work with existing community resources, to put together wraparound support before somebody goes missing, but also to support families that are in crisis when somebody goes missing, to be able to provide support to victims that have either, you know, experienced violence and are not really missing but are hiding. How can we support those individuals? And then for those that we're able to find through, you know, an on-the-ground immediate response, what kind of support can we provide for them, and what is necessary on an ongoing basis. So it really is kind of, we're looking at a global process. And how do we know that we will be successful? Is that in Manitoba last year we had 8 women that were murdered in the city of Winnipeg. We also had 8 women that were murdered outside of the city. And that's really how things break down. But we also understand that that number is higher, because what families know, what community know, is very different from a medical examiner who decides what the cause of death of an individual is. And because they may decide that the death was exposure, then police are not obligated to further investigate. So those are also things that we need to be able to look at in doing this work. Because ultimately, we have all heard people say that our women are sacred, right? But most people can say that after we're dead. We have to recognize the sacredness of women prenatally, once they've come earthside, and to be able to provide supports for them throughout their life. We know that many of the women that have gone missing or murdered have been involved in the system of child and family services. So if we can provide support to families prior to that intervention and continue to provide support at every step of their life, we are going to decrease the incidence of women and gender diverse people that go missing or murdered. We also in all this work is to look at what support are we providing to men and boys in how we can eliminate violence against women, girls, and to us LGBTQI people. Because ultimately, if we can focus on prevention or intervention, I think we will be further ahead than where we are now. So that's the message I bring. And so also the other thing that you should know is that, well, you probably do already, we are really fortunate in Manitoba that we have a government that we could not have even dreamt of as Indigenous people, to have an Indigenous man who is culturally grounded, who speaks his language, to have a cabinet that has 10 Indigenous people, men and women, people that have families that have been missing or murdered, that are able to inform policy and inform change. Like it's no mistake that we have this opportunity right now in our province to make a difference, to work collaboratively, because we know that every member of those cabinet have lived experience and knowledge of how the intersectional violence that we are subjected to. And we will probably never have this opportunity again in our country to have such a high number of Indigenous people that represent us. Then again, you know, you might see that as an opportunity in your territory to create change in that way. So we have an opportunity for real systems change and are having that real systems change. And so on a personal level, you know, to provide support to our relatives who are now in a position to govern all of us. And part of that is, on Friday, the Manitoba government issued a policy paper that isn't just policy, it's about taking action. And that was done with the completely guided by this body of matriarchs that were representative of Indigenous women in the province. So that was really an opportunity for collaboration. And so I really, and it's called All Women Doing Well, and it's available on the website, but it really does provide guidance, real guidance from the community to government to create pathways for change. So I would recommend that to this government to really listen to the community most affected in order for change to take place. It can happen, it does work, and because the strength and the expertise is within our families and communities. So I'm just wondering if anybody has any questions. If not, I can dance off the stage. Yes? I didn't hear a word.
Good morning.
Mic 3?
Hello. Thank you.
Okay.
First of all, thank you for being here. Thank you for your time and all of your work on behalf of all women. And what, in your view, are top 2 barriers we face in getting momentum? You mentioned there were 251. There's 1, great. 1's better than, that's 250 to go. But what the top barriers we're facing in moving this forward, and what are your advice in us being able to help? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's 231, and I think that it's a lack of will, right? It's a lack of will by governments. And I think that our responsibility as community, as much as I don't want to say it, is to keep pushing. Because I think the kind of sustained effort that we had through collaboration with Leah Gazan and, you know, like-minded people in Parliament, we were able to get that state of emergency. So it was a year, actually, of focused effort to get the red dress alert in Manitoba, which is unheard of. You know, those of you that have worked on the front lines know that it's, well, it was 30 years to get a national inquiry, and then a year for the, well, I can't even say we have the red dress yet. We have the opportunity to implement a red dress alert. So until we get it, we're still, it's not something that anybody can check off their to-do list. So, yeah.
That's two that had two. Check 1 2 1 2.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And also just wanted to say thank you so much for the time that you've taken to be here. And for
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry. I also just wanted to say thank you so much for attending today and sharing your wisdom and experience with us. My question was a little bit more in the detail about how are you going about trying to implement the redress alert system? How are the community working together? And what are the sort of systems that you're looking to put in place to create that system?
Okay, thank you for the question. So the first thing we did, I did say nothing for us without us. So we have established a committee that is representative of families and survivors that, you know, particularly we have family members that are from the north who have lost their loved ones in the city of Winnipeg. We have also family members that have had to look for their loved ones and the process that they went through, and, you know, being able to reclaim their loved one and provide support for their loved one to live a good life. And so we have that, first of all. And so everything that the implementation project does is going to be guided and either yay or nay by this group of families who will have the ultimate authority in saying what is right or how we're going to do things. So I know other bodies had, you know, wanted to have the last say, but ultimately it's the families that are going to have that. Thank you.
Here, use this one. Use this one.
No. Oh, yay.
Is this working now? Yeah. Okay. Welcome, Sandra, to our territory. So nice to see you here. Bring your wisdom with us. My name is Faye Blaney from the Aboriginal Women's Action Network. In my view, one of the biggest challenges that Indigenous women face is the level of poverty in our lives. And I wonder if your group have thought about doing a campaign on a guaranteed livable income or basic income.
So, thank you, Faye, and good to see you too. I acknowledge your long-term stewardship of for the equality and safety of Indigenous women and girls. So we had supported Leah Gazan's bill for a guaranteed livable income, and we know that that went to the it was opposed in federal parliament. And of course we know that poverty is one of the greatest contributing factors to that impact our women and our families. So I'm not sure what Plan B is. We might, so in Manitoba, what we have done is called a story map. So we've been able to identify where our loved ones have been gone, murdered, or missing in the city of Winnipeg. So there's 2 streets, one in the Point Douglas area and one in the West End. And then there are 2 rural or northern communities. So if we can, our hope is, and then when we look at the other data, they are also the neighborhoods and the communities that have the highest level of poverty. So because now that we have that data that we own, we can hopefully use that to convince, at this point, provincial government, but making it an election issue coming up for a guaranteed livable income, and ensuring that there is some way that if they want our votes, that they have to have a guaranteed livable income as part of their platform. More work. Good.
Thank you so much, Sandra.
Thank you.
This is just a little acknowledgement for your words and your. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much, Sandra, for those powerful words and that message and the work that's happening in Manitoba. I think it's so important that we be united across territories of this beautiful Turtle Island. So next up, we are moving into our first community discussion, which is Red Dress Alert BC, Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women 2024. So those of you who have received an invite to be in my community discussion, please come on up and take a seat. I will track you down because I know who you are. So about 5 minutes while we adjust into the next thing. So those of you who need to use the bathroom or get some tea or coffee or snacks, by all means, and I'll see you in 5. Hoa.
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between 2 people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a world view which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a world view which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it.
Please, I want us to take a moment, and I want us to really pause collectively. Let us be mindful in acknowledging the lands that we are gathered on today. We are on the stolen territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Since time immemorial, they have been the stewards of these lands, and I give thanks, appreciation, and praise to be able to live, work, play, and pray here. I want to thank each participant that is here today for taking the time out of their really busy schedules, because it's a critical discussion. Some have traveled long distances to join us for this time. We're grateful because they're here to bring a voice that echoes the experiences of Indigenous women and girls in the northern regions of our province, particularly from the area known as the Highway of Tears. To set the tone for our discussion, I'd like to share an introduction to ensure that we collectively understand the crisis we are facing in the fight for missing Indigenous women. Let us be clear, MMIWG is an epidemic. It affects all at this table, in this room, and on the front lines. Aptly so, MMIWG has been described as Canada's ongoing genocide and Canada's dirty secret. It is essential to recognize that understanding violence against Indigenous women and girls is impossible without first acknowledging the troubling history as a colonial nation. Colonization has profoundly shaped the experiences of Indigenous women and girls, embedding ongoing injustices, hatred, racism, and gender discrimination from the moment of their birth. The legacy of subjugation includes cultural injustices, systemic inequities, lack of self-determination, and institutional apartheid. This ongoing legacy must be fully understood, for without it, the government will continue to overlook the urgent calls for accountability regarding the more than 5,000 Indigenous women and girls who have been murdered or who remain missing. We can only work towards meaningful change and justice by confronting this historical context. Indigenous women and girls have faced a long history of violence and marginalization, which is deeply rooted in the political, economic, and social structures established since colonization. This systemic inequality has led to widespread victimization and trauma, creating a crisis that every Indigenous woman or girl is required to live with daily. The ongoing struggle for justice and equity highlights the urgent need for societal change and recognition of the unique challenges faced by Indigenous women. Addressing these issues is critical to breaking the cycle of violence and ensuring their rights and dignity are upheld. The Canadian government's ongoing neglect of this epidemic reflects a troubling disregard for the serious concerns raised by Indigenous communities. By dismissing these issues as insignificant, the government perpetuates coercive norms that further marginalize Indigenous women and girls. This indifference not only shapes public perception, but also condones the violence inflicted upon them. To effect meaningful change, the government needs to acknowledge this epidemic and take urgent, comprehensive action to address the systemic factors contributing to the violence and discrimination. In 2016, in response to repeated demands and calls of action from Indigenous community leaders, community groups, and Indigenous women on the front lines, the Canadian government established the National Inquiry into MMIWG. In April 2019, the National Inquiry published its final report and presented it to the Canadian government. 231 recommendations were put forth in the report. According to the commissioners, there was centuries-long genocide that, based on gender, identity, and ethnicity, purposefully targeted Indigenous women and girls. The root causes of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in crisis include colonization, historical trauma, racism, and sexual objectification. The final report of the National Inquiry into MMIWG concluded that the violence is caused by the state's actions and inactions, which are deeply rooted in colonialism and colonial ideologies. As we reflect 5 years later, despite having poured millions of dollars into this inquiry, despite having heard over 750 voices, many are left questioning what tangible changes have occurred for Indigenous women and girls. What has changed for our grandmothers, our mothers, our sisters, our nieces, our aunties? Today, we have an amazing panel of women, Indigenous women, who are going to share their perspective on how best we move forward. Let's face it, there is not a day that goes by that many of us in our social media feeds don't see a plea from families asking for help to find a missing sister, daughter, mother. So let us begin. And before we do that, I'd like to ask each of our panel members here to just give a brief introduction. And let's get talking. Thank you.
I just want to say good morning and how to the Battered Women's Support Society. My traditional name is Golkit Chad, which means Golden Spruce Woman, also known as Bernie Williams. I'm still with the Walk for Justice. I'm a frontline worker. I currently work for Awatari and in the courts here, but I'm still on the front lines. I'm part of a team here with Gladys Raddick. We formed at the Walk for Justice. We've walked across Canada 7 times, and we're doing our final walk next year. We'll be walking 93 days. I am a family member. I am a survivor. My apologies. I want to acknowledge that the land of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and if there's any elders that are here, I say how any chiefs here, how to you. I'm very emotional here, just seeing so many of our sisters that we haven't seen for a long time, and I just want to say how again for inviting me here.
Good morning. My name is Gladys Raddick. I'd like to thank the host nations, Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, and Musqueam, for allowing me to speak, and I thank the BWSS for inviting me to speak here. I'm a family representative of the Highway of Tears. My niece Tamara Chipman remains missing today, and it's been 19 years. And yes, I did co-found the Walk for Justice with Bernie Williams, and our goal was to set those 231 calls to justice on behalf of our families that we were speaking for. And what we managed to do through those walks was to be a voice for the families, because we know that, first of all, what a family member goes through when their loved ones go missing, and we wanted to create that change to start having the government work with us instead of against us. And we were the ones that put it out there that there was a genocide happening, and it was acknowledged. And if anybody remembers when the when we were at the Canadian Human Rights Museum, it took a couple of days for Justin Trudeau to spit out the word genocide, but it was proven. So we're going to continue. Next year's walk is going to be based on a big fail on behalf of the government for not implementing the 231 calls to justice. Also, the Highway of Tears 33 recommendations that were made way back in 2006. And that'll be it for now. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, hello. My name is Lorna Brown, and I am the founder of the Tears to Hope Society, based in Terrace, BC, along the Highway of Tears. Our family started raising awareness and becoming advocates for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls when my niece, Tamara Chipman, went missing from Prince Rupert. Like my sister mentioned, it's been 19 years that we haven't had answers. And my cousin Florence Nazell started the very first Highway of Tears walk and named the Highway of Tears as a result of the women that were going missing at the time. There was 4 women in our small community that used to be known as Morristown, is now Whitsett, BC. We still have no answers, and so we started the society 5 years ago, and we have been raising awareness every year, as well as meeting with government to implement the 231 calls to justice. Our family was witness at the National Inquiry for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and we continue to look at ways of prevention. And yeah, I'm just honored to be here, and thank you for BWSS for inviting us. Masai.
It's on. Amahitlook, good morning. I'm Leslie Varley. I'm a member of the Niska Nation, Niskatsamaks. First of all, I really want to acknowledge Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, always ensuring that we are feeling welcome and loved and taken care of. And I want to thank Battered Women's Support Services for putting on this important work and continuing to lead as the strongest and most inclusive ally organization in this province. And I want to acknowledge Sandra Delarond, who's come all the way out here from Manitoba and put down her work for a day to come and work and inspire us. So thank you. And lastly, I want to acknowledge all the women I'm sitting with. I feel really humble that I'm sitting with all of you, because you've been working on the ground, doing so much of what you do. I'm formerly with BC Friendship Centres, and we were looking after the anti-violence provincial funds. And I'm also with Central City Foundation, where we are trying to build, just down the road here, a 7-story building specifically for Indigenous women and their families. But of course, you know, it's Vancouver and the red tape is humongous. So I'll get back to you on that. Thank you.
Tanea Kudstigwe Jahad Hino Dikyang, my traditional Haida name, Strong Grizzly Bear Woman, English name, Summer Rain. I was just looking down the table, both directions as well, and I was thinking, you know, I'm the baby at this table, but yet I've been walking alongside these amazing women for the last 25 years as they have taught me and led me and invested in me in this movement. I, like my auntie at the end, I'm a family member and I'm a survivor, and my life's work is MMIWG. I don't have a choice. It's not an option. It's what I was born to do. It's what I have to do to ensure that there is not one more Indigenous woman or girl who goes missing or who is murdered. That's my goal. That's my dream. And so I am so excited to sit at this table with these powerful, strong women warriors on the front lines every day. 5 years after the inquiry, it feels almost as if the conversation has become not needed because the inquiry is done. Yet the inquiry has not done anything for our women. If anything, more of our women have gone missing or have gone murdered since then. So now is more important than any time at all. So Hawa, Haishka, I'm looking forward to this conversation.
Emot Wagen Kotas Tin Church Hatu Kam Nishtin Kajanish Kam Nishtin Gidja Aju. My name is Faye Blaney with the Aboriginal Women's Action Network, acknowledging my relations in the territory. My great-grandmother is from the Squamish Nation, and my great-great-grandmother from Katzie, and my great-great-great-grandmother from Chehalis. So Coast Salish through and through, and these are all my relations here. Aboriginal Women's Action Network has been around for 29 years now, and I left to go to small town BC. I'm at home in my community, Chomashku First Nation, have my regular job there as the wellness coordinator, but also teaching language with North Island College. And today I brought some women with me. There's Darla Leo right here in the beige, and my cousin Marina Hackett over here, and Charlene Leo, and Lisa Paul. And they're all from Chomashku, and these are the women that I work with in my home community. I just wanted to say that I'm really hugely disappointed with the outcome of the national inquiry when they began to do the planning for the action plan. First of all, there was no women's table, and I have always stood with women to have our own voices. It's not good enough that everyone else speaks on our behalf. And in our work today with the Aboriginal Women's Action Network, one of the areas that we are working on is for moms, because as you know, Cindy Blackstock's court case, human rights case, is coming through, and we're about to have huge changes. And the chiefs and these other organizations have a big voice in there, but where are the moms? Like, why are the moms not included in this conversation? Why do we pay so much lip service to prevention instead of apprehension or theft of our children? And we like to talk about the importance of matriarchs, but I'd like to see us for once put it into practice, and it's still not happening. And there's still women going missing. Applause makes me nervous. I forgot where I was going with that. But yeah, I think that with with this issue of our women constantly going missing, I think that we really need to focus on the women themselves rather than everybody else trying to fix our problems for us. And that's why I was advocating the guaranteed livable income, because it would give women a degree of autonomy rather than having to rely on everybody else around us. So that's it for now. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wendy Mendez. I am originally from Guatemala. I moved here in 1986 or 85, I don't remember. There's years after my mom was forcibly disappeared and during the war in Guatemala, and one of the reasons why I came here as a refugee. I am very happy to be sharing this table here with you. I really acknowledge and appreciate the opportunity to speak, to be living, working, and trying to stand in solidarity with Indigenous communities, especially women, on these unceded territories. It's such a great honor for me to be here. I am one of the co-founders of an organization called Hijos, which means Sons and Daughters of the Disappeared, which is now an international network. I'm also a petitioner before the Inter-American Human Rights Court in a case known as the Military Diary, where my mom was cataloged along with other family members. And I'm also one of the plaintiffs in a national case in Guatemala in this case. I have currently joined the team with Bwss, supporting women that are experiencing and surviving violence. And so I'm just really happy to be here and excited for the discussion to begin. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to acknowledge the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples for having me on their territory. Thank you so much. My name is Palahalsia Lorelei Williams. I am from Scati Nations on my mom's side and Sta'elis on my dad's side. I am a family member of a missing woman, Belinda Williams. My grandma was murdered. My cousin Tanya Holick was killed by serial killer Robert Picton. My other cousin was taken by a different serial killer, Terry Arnold. She was raped by him in the mountains when she was only 16 years old. Thankfully, she got away. She lives with survivor's guilt to this day. My aunt was pushed out of a window here in the downtown east side. Thankfully, she survived. So this is why I do the work that I do around this issue. Of course, I have my own stuff with violence and survivor and all of that. I ended up starting a dance group called Butterflies in Spirit, and we raise awareness of this issue. Majority of us are family members of MMIWG2S+. Plus, some of our members we're not just representing Canada anymore, we're representing the disappeared from Latin America. We have members from Mexico, Colombia, Guatemala, Ecuador, and we're not just a dance group anymore. We kind of evolved into a group that supports family members of MMIWG2S+ and the disappeared with searches, candlelight vigils, meetings with police, coroners. We set up press conferences with the media. We just do anything and everything we can to support these families because we know that they don't get the resources unless they're coming to people like us. They're not getting any help from the police or any of those people because the systems are so racist. And a lot of my experience actually comes from Mexico when it comes to searches. I actually go back and forth to Mexico quite a bit to search for the disappeared, and this is where we've actually found human remains and bodies. And with that experience, I've been able to bring it up here in Canada to support the families that I work with up here. And even when when I first heard about the landfill, I was just on my way to Mexico, And when I got down there, I asked so many questions about their searches in landfills because I wanted to bring it back to Canada to support the families of Winnipeg as much as I could. But I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's get into this. So the first question I have for the panel is, what in your view should be immediate actions concerning MMIWG? Do we want to just jump in, or do you want to go first, Bernie?
I would like to see the green plan change to something more concrete and tangible. The government conveniently calls it a green plan that's continually shifting and changing, and it's just a code word for saying they're going to do nothing. I think that we need absolute targets, and we need to demand that they develop those targets with the National Action Plan to end the murders and disappearances of Indigenous women, and we know that it's still going strong, that the murders and disappearances are still going really strong. And the levels of violence in this country against Indigenous women is overwhelming. And the level of looking down at Indigenous women, the racism is overwhelming. I just wanted to quickly share a story of what happened to me about 2 weeks ago in Campbell River, where I live. There's this transition house there that I support, and they have a store, a community store, a thrift store. And I was at the thrift store buying things for our events, Halloween, Christmas, whatever. And I was coming out of there with an armful of goods, and the cashier asked me, "Did you pay for that sweater that you're wearing?" And I'm an elder. My friends were teasing me about how young I look, but I am old. And as an elder, I can't believe that I was treated like that by a women's organization. And I promptly sent off a letter to them and registered my complaint. At first, they were going to ask me to come in and do an anti-racism workshop for them. We scheduled for December the 7th, and a couple of days ago, they withdrew that. And so I think that speaks volumes about how we are viewed as Indigenous women across this country. We are the lowest of the low, and we're treated so badly. We're treated badly not only in the non-Native world, but inside of our own communities. Our opinions matter far less than anybody else. And when our women are murdered or disappeared, the families rally around and keep it silent. And not all families, though, those ones over there are very loud. But in small town BC, they do try to cover it up as best they can and pretend that nothing happened. And there's a long history of that. In our community, there have been women that have been murdered and it's been covered up. So I think our status seriously needs to be changed.
Thank you.
One of the things I want to take you back just a while back. It was not that long ago that Summer Rain and Joanne and I received a call of a young woman that was trafficked about 2.5 months ago. We got the call from Senator Michelle Odette of this young woman. You don't even have to, we just drop everything. And it took us just a networking. Why I'm bringing this up is we have no safe spaces to bring these young women when we do find them. One of the things that we had witnessed is that when thank God, for Summer and for Joanne, because there was just two of us that went out there. The only thing that we had, it looked like a pen, and it was a taser that we were carrying. So when we got to this place, we didn't know what we were walking into. Again, heck, for Summer had everything all set up. Joanne, thank God, heck, she spoke French too, because I don't speak any of that. And like this young girl, she came like from northeast Quebec. She ran away, 18 years old, ended up in Quebec City, and she was taken from there. On the promissory that they were gonna take good care of her, make sure she has money and all the things you wanna hear. I spoke to my boss. My boss is here, Heather Scarf from Watari, and I said, I need to do this. And she said, you do what you need to do. And then, long story short of it, she was moved from one place to another. And there's just two of us there. And we recognized that there was 4 men. One was hiding in a vehicle. Everything is timing, but we managed to get her out of there. But we didn't realize that she, on her phone, they were tracking her. Thank God again, Summer Rain and Joanne. Everything was timing. Anyways, we managed to get her out. She was safe. She had to be moved twice, the last place. And then the calls were made back east. The SQ and the RCMP, they worked together with one of the speakers in the House, along with Senator Michelle Odette. We had her on that plane the following morning. I've never felt fear like that. I've been on the front line since 1986. Why I'm bringing this up, we need immediate action for a safe place to bring these young men, young girls, our children. Because if we didn't have like, the connections that we do here, she was already, like, they had already brainwashed her. There was a lot of hesitation. But again, thank God heck, for Joanne that speaks fluent French, and heck, with Summer, heck, with her contacts. We don't know what would have happened. So that is part of heck, the 231 calls for justice and action here. We've been asking, I'm a family member. My mother was murdered down here. 3 of my sisters were. I have a baby sister that was murdered in Merritt. And to this day, since my work, my goal in life was to apprentice under world-renowned Bill Reed. That's where I was, that was my destiny right there. And my whole life changed. And I can honestly tell you, since I've been working down here in '86 on the front lines, nothing has changed. We still don't have any safe places for us to bring these young women. We've been asking for a health, healing, and wellness center. Yeah, the city's got all their blah, blah, blah. That's not what we're talking about. That may be great for at the inner city here, but what we're talking about is a health, healing, and wellness that would be, we would bring in our own elders, our spiritual people, land-based healing in that. That's what we're talking about. But to this day, we have got no safe place to bring them. We aren't even safe on the front lines anymore. It's a war zone down here. We've been doing the grid searches, again, up in Salmon Arm. We weren't even there 5 minutes. We went up to Curtis Sagmones. To me, he is like a copycat killer to Robert Willie Pickton, but that does not even faze the RCMP. Again, with Battered Women's Support, with Watari, We were able to go and do these grid searches. We don't have any money. We rely on one another to do this. We have no safe space, even up in that area, to bring our women. And when the families come into Vancouver or anywhere, we have no money to even set them up in hotels. I'm going to bring it back to Kelsey Poorman's father, living in his van, exhausted, tired, looking for his daughter. We have nothing to support the families when they come in. And we've been sitting at these tables for over 30 years saying the same thing, and it falls on deaf ears. Walk for Justice has over 6,000 women and young girls' names nationally, and nothing is still done. We still don't have that support that should be put in place for family members who shouldn't have to struggle, sleep in their vehicles, worry about when their next meal is going to be. They're exhausted out here. But you know, when those calls come in, like Grace Tate just sent us a thing of a young girl, 12 years old. We were gone. We leave everything. Thank God that I've got an amazing boss, Heather, who just, you go. There's no questions asked when that loved one. But again, at the end of it, that's one of the things I would really like to see immediately. We need those safe spaces to bring these loved ones before they become, you know, like a victim out there. Because I know, as being on these front lines, there is nothing. And we're saying the same thing over and over and over. But that's what I would like to really see immediately.
Hello, Auntie. I just want to jump in a little bit on the story that my auntie was sharing. The challenge was not knowing who to call or getting a group of women together who was willing to respond, and late on a Saturday night or a Sunday night, I believe it was. A Friday night. It was a Friday night. That's right, because we were setting up the housing. So that wasn't the challenge. It was literally where to take this young girl to at that point in time. And so my only option at that point in time was to do a co-ed Indigenous youth shelter. Didn't understand her situation. She woke up in the morning to a very large male staff on shift, speaking in a language that she didn't understand at all. The concept of translation really didn't seem to happen for this young woman. And so, you know, that moment was a moment in which we could have lost this young girl because she felt more unsafe where she was than where she had been and had gotten to know for the last 2 months. So when my auntie says that we need somewhere to take our young girls and to take our women, we're not talking about permanently forever, but we're talking about in that moment at midnight on a Saturday night, where am I putting her that night to make sure that she is loved and that she is safe and that we can readjust and set a plan out in the morning. It's definitely a huge gap in what is currently out there, especially for our girls, because there is no girl-only housing available in the Lower Mainland or anywhere. Definitely the implementation of the 231 recommendations, I think we would all agree, needs to happen. 2 have been implemented, kind of, with a bunch on the record saying that they've implemented them or that funding has been delivered to them, but there's no result of that work or that money. And so investing in the frontline grassroots response is where it needs to go. And the thing that I dream about and would love to see is some form of unity between all of us, so that when our loved ones go missing, when our community is struggling with those searches, that we have a way to show up and be there for each other each time that happens, because it's always left to, like, you know, one of us at a time on this panel doing that work in isolation without the support, without the funding, without the resources. And so being able to come together and unite as Indigenous leaders on MMIWG to be able to respond and give that little bit of energy and life and power to that community each time one of our loved ones is missing, that's what I want to see.
Thank you. Last spring, I believe, the federal government, as Sandra Delarome said, or Delarome, I've had too much coffee today already. Sorry, Sandra, mangling your name. It was announced that the province of BC and the province of Manitoba were getting Red Dress Alert funding. And I went to go and see Sandra and Hilda Pierce to see what they were doing in Manitoba. And Sandra just urged me, just do it, just make it happen, just announce it, just get going with it, just do it now. I really would have loved to have done that, but the province is sitting on that funding, and they're doing all the research to see what the red dress alerts look like, all the alerts look like across the country. The minister at the time, Farnworth, had promised a silver alert, so an alert for elders who've gone missing, and he wanted to get that done first. So it wasn't a priority for the province. Obviously, it still isn't a priority, or it would be happening by now. And one of the reasons why, in my opinion, is that we, as women, as Indigenous women, are not organized. We're not a collective, strong voice to say, let's get this done. We haven't harnessed our good allies in the room and our ally organizations to help us, to ask them to help us. Because let's face the reality, they have a stronger voice than we do. They care, and with their caring and with our caring to get things done, we can make it happen. But as long as we're letting the province, and that's really what's happening right now, sit on that funding and decide who qualifies the most and who's going to deliver the funding, it's just gonna delay. So as Sandra said, nothing for us without us. Let's work and collect a plan and build a plan and make this happen. There's a commitment to build a red dress alert system here in Vancouver and one for up in the Highway of Tears. I'm not sure where we're at with that. Of course, we had the election, so everything kind of stopped for 3 or 4 months. But we are the ones that need to hit the gas pedal on that and move it ahead.
Thank you. The next question I have for our panel here today is, what are your thoughts about implementing the red dress alert here in BC? What do you think would work? And what are your concerns?
I currently sit as an advisor with the City of Vancouver and with Rachel Wetney and Elder Mary Point, Elder Cecilia Point, Mandy Nahaney, Anita McPhee. The list goes on, and this is what we've been working on for the last 4 years. And it always feels, and you're right, it always feels like, that there's always like a pushback. Well, we don't have money for this. Well, we need this, and what I would like to see, and I agree with you, Leslie, is we need to pull this together ourselves, because we know, and I believe this is what you also said, I'm really tired of sitting at these tables. I want action. I want to see it, because time is of an essence. Every time I sit at these tables, I think about how many more women are being violated, murdered, whatever, while we're sitting here and they're playing politics with our young women and girls and our families and that. As a family member, I'm really sick of this. I'm sick of not having those answers. We are the experts here. We are the ones on those front lines. The families know. And because I sit as a senior advisor to Senator Michelle Odette. There's 2 of us, Denise Pictou-Maloney and myself. And this is one of the things that Senator Odette has really pushing for too. We're tired. We've listened to over 1,200 of the families at the National Inquiry. Highway of Tears, the recommendations came out in 2006 at the symposium, at the first symposium was in Prince George, and only 2 out of 33 recommendations were done. And that was because the chief in Witset was the one that he mobilized it. And at the provincial government, right up to the very top dog, nothing. They haven't even looked at it since 2006. So we've got to do this ourselves. I know I just turned 67 and I'm just like, I don't want to wait until I'm 80 or 90. I'll be around till I'm 100, I think. But I want something safe for heck, my grandchildren and all your grandchildren, all of us. I think we're all on the same page, but I really believe is that we have to do this ourselves because they're not gonna do it. And that's why we're doing the final walk to Ottawa, because we're done. We've had enough.
This is on. I want to take a page out of Laura Holland's book. Our dear friend Laura, many of us here know her. She's saying defund the police. I think one of her demands was always on body cameras. When we're talking about the red dress alert, I'm just concerned about the lack of police responsiveness, and they've demonstrated over and over and over again that they couldn't care less about what happens to our women and girls. And I think some of the initiatives that Indigenous communities have taken on, like the Drag the Red, I think those kinds of things need to be explored even further, rather than relying on the police to do anything for that matter. I think we're better off to rely on community groups and to resource those community groups to do that job. We know the story of Chantel Moore when they were doing the wellness check and the police ended up killing her. And there have been so many police murders of our people, and it's becoming enough of a crisis that the chiefs are getting behind the campaign of addressing the police murders of Indigenous women, and the national chief of the Assembly of First Nations was on the media talking about that. So I think the red dress alert is a good idea, but I don't think that the police should play as significant a role as we think they should. I think that it should be more community groups, better resourcing and better training for us to be able to find our own relations and to address issues of violence. They don't understand us anyway. All the training in the world that we do to try and bring about some level of understanding of our communities is, it's not working. They're never going to understand us, and the best chance we have of finding justice is through our own people in our community groups.
I would like to add a reflection as I'm listening to people like the women here speaking, and it's around how the survivors and the families will gain access or gain autonomy and control over the information that is going to be collected with the red dress alert, how it's going to be managed. That means evidence that's being collected, testimonies, what is the modus operandi that we're starting to see, like what are the trends that are happening that normally the authorities will not pay attention to because, because of what we already know. Either they're involved or they're just negligent and want to continue with that system of oppression of Indigenous women. So I think that it's really important from the get-go to make sure that the families and the survivors have access and control to that information, to those testimonies, to the evidence. Because the fact that the women are missing, they're missing in our community, they're missing in our families, they're missing in our society, and they continue to become missing or disappeared or erased in many ways. And I think that's the main goal. The women that are missing, and they didn't just poof, go missing. right? Somebody abducted them. There was a whole series of human rights violations that happened, that it's not just the person, poof, they disappeared or they went missing. So I think that only the families and the communities know firsthand that experience, know firsthand, this spark of detail in the story, that's connected to another woman that is missing or another girl, right? That's why it's so important. Whenever one of these women is found, all the others are being found. So I think that that's something that we really need to make sure, how the families and the survivors will have access to that information, will have access and control over those testimonies and decide what to do with that or not. Not just in the present moment, but for the future generations. In Guatemala, when we created the organizations of Sons and Daughters of the Disappeared, we were a different generation. It wasn't the mothers of the missing, right? Like, because we grew up with our grandmothers and grandfathers, because there was a whole generation missing. And so it was really, really surprising to us that 10, 15 years later, there was another organization called Born that was called Nietes, which means grandchildren. Right? So now they're the ones looking for the grandparents. And all the information that maybe verbally and orally was passed down, was documented somehow, right? We made sure to try to access certain technologies to pass down certain testimonies, certain evidence and stories, because at one point we realized that in this struggle and in this road to ending that impunity and discrimination and racism, that we had to recognize when our grandparents and grandmothers started passing away that although they had started that struggle and that fight, they had already passed away and hadn't seen the end of it. And our generation might go along that same way, and that's okay. It's hard to accept, but it's part of that reality, that even though we're in this struggle and we give our 100% and 1,000%, right? We drop everything to go and support someone. We might not be the ones to see it be finished and completed and come to fruition to that world of justice for women and girls, especially indigenous communities. But it's our responsibility to contribute to that, thinking, okay, well, it's going to be the grandkids or that other generation that's going to complete this work. So this is why it's so important to make sure that from this point forward, we're able to recover those stories, those testimonies, evidence, anything possible. And the other element that I want to add is around how we are going to protect the women that are searching, las buscadoras. So the women that are searching are human rights defenders, and we have to treat them as that. And we have to protect them as that and demand that the authorities protect these women who are doing the searches as human rights defenders. Because although they might be looking for one particular auntie or a sister, yes, they are family members, they're survivors of that violence, but they're contributing to the broader community, right? To not just in their community, but it could, something that we can progress on or make advances in BC will contribute to something else that is another case, let's say, or another search that is happening in Manitoba or further east, like anywhere, right? And across borders as well, as some of the women here are also saying. Thank you.
I think I will answer both of your questions. I have a few things to say. I just want to say I agree with what was said about people who are human trafficked. There is absolutely nowhere safe for them to go. These guys have connections all over, so it's not like they can just go to a shelter. People in the community are there. Just people talk, and sometimes it gets back to the traffickers. I supported a woman recently where she was here, but her family came to find her from Alberta, but he had connections, so we were worried he was going to follow her back or have people go after her when she was making her way back to Alberta. And when it comes to trafficking, I actually started my bachelor's degree in tourism and business management a long time ago before I started to do my advocacy work. Unfortunately, my brother passed away, and then I became pregnant. And so I stopped going to school for a while. And I decided to go back during COVID because it was being offered online. And when I went back, I thought there was nothing there for me in tourism and business management. I thought, I don't know why, I'll just get this out of the way. But then I realized, wait a second, there's trafficking all over the tourism industry. And all of my papers and all of my everything's focused on that. Even the simple field trip of spending a night in the hotel to write them up. People were talking about, there was a hair on the bed, there was a dirty glass, and I was going up to the staff and asking them what their policy is around human trafficking. And so I kind of got to know it really well because I got to interview police officers and all of that for my papers. And it's bad. I have more human trafficking cases now as opposed to before. I don't know if it's just my calling now, or if this is if there's more of it, or all of the above. Along with this, immediate actions to respond to MMIWG is, I feel like, or from my experience, we need to lawyer up right away, right off the bat. I went to go, at the beginning of my journey, we went to go see the police about my missing aunt's case. And I wish I had at least somebody from the community to support my family and myself, or a lawyer, because when you go back to the police with questions, like, you can't think of it right there in that moment because you're so emotional. And that's where somebody from the community or a lawyer would chime in. And what I've come across all these years that I've been doing this, which is not as much as some of these people here at the table. I'm just a baby at this, actually. But I just wish we had a lawyer, because they like to lie. They like to change their stories. And it's still happening to this day. I work closely with Natasha Harrison. Her daughter, Tatiana Harrison, was found recently on a dry boat dock. And it was from her that I learned you can actually record at certain meetings. You can actually write down and video. She videotaped everything. And this is how we were able to catch the police, the coroners, and everybody in the system in their lives. So not just for missing, but murdered families as well. And they do this in Mexico. This is where I learned about this in Mexico. In Mexico, when a woman is found deceased, they automatically treat it as a homicide until they can prove that it's not. This should be done here, because a lot of our Indigenous women and girls cases get swept under the rug as a drug overdose or something like that. And it's, I'll say, for example, again, Natasha Harrison's daughter's case. If you walked into where she was found, I would automatically think something was wrong. And I say that she gives me permission to say these things because she's fighting for her daughter. She's fighting so hard to this day, so hard where she hasn't even taken her daughter's body back to bury it. And it's been over 2 years now because she does not want to rebury her daughter or unbury her daughter. She just wants a proper investigation in her daughter's case. I have more to say, but I'm aware of the time. I'll just leave it at that. I can go on.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I want to thank everyone who, or Lorna, did you want to? Gladys? Thank you.
There's a couple of things that I wanted to mention in regards to, first of all, the red dress alert. It was an idea that came from the families again years ago. And the idea behind the red dress alert is because we knew about the silver alert, we knew about the amber alert. And so what we wanted to do was we wanted a red dress alert to have the whole country know that there's an Aboriginal girl gone missing. It's not our fault that the numbers are so high. But the one thing that does need to be done when one of those red dress alerts comes out is that the police need to act on it. That's the one thing that didn't come out of the inquiry, even though there was 2 meetings involving the police and their actions and their inactions. And the red dress alert was supposed to be for them to implement. So if an Aboriginal girl goes missing, everybody's going to know about it. That's the whole idea behind that. I know the Amber Alert doesn't work all that well. I was just at I don't know if you people heard about Little Oakland out of Bwss Lake. And she was a 6-year-old autistic girl that went missing from her community, a reserve near Bwss Lake. And they didn't put an Amber Alert on her. She was autistic. And they were, I think it was 4 days the search went for her. And we did find her, yes. But we also question, why was there not an Amber Alert? It's the police that are making those choices. So if we put this red dress alert out there, they need to act on it. This is one of the major problems that we found with the policing across this country is the policing. The policing with the racist overture, and we already know why the police were put in place, and that was to control the Indian problem. I don't have a problem saying that. Just like I didn't have the problem saying the word genocide that Justin couldn't spit out. But the inaction of the police, that's why all these frontline workers are still out there working on the front lines, because the police are clearly not doing their job. I come from Terrace, BC, where I live right now, and we up in Terrace have the same problems that they have here in the downtown east side. Our kids, our youth that nobody's talking about, are going to hell in a handbasket because of the lack of political will to protect our women, girls, boys, and men. We have tons of women that are going missing, being murdered up in Terrace, and nobody hears about it down here because you've got your own set. I hear about all these. I'm posting on my Facebook an average of about 6 people every day that I'm posting of women, boys, men, girls, kids going missing. It's getting younger too, and that's scary. And if the police are not going to act on it, what hope do we have? One thing that I did want to talk about at the inquiry, and we were never given that opportunity, is that they need to be overhauled. It takes a 10-month course for a police officer to be handed a gun and a shield, shoot to kill. Our people are being killed left, right, and center. There's 10 in the last 2 weeks of our people that have been hurt or maimed or killed by the police in this country. Nobody hears about that. Nobody hears about that. So what are we going to do? We have to hold those police accountable. We have to. So the one suggestion that I did have way back when was that, opposed to having a 10-month course and then being handed a shield and a gun, is that they need to take human rights courses. Human rights violations happen every day with them. They need to take these courses, and it can't be a 1, 2, 3 day course. It takes you 8 years to become a doctor. It takes you 10 months to become a police officer. They know nothing about the social issues that are happening with the drug overdoses, with the prostitution, with the buying and selling of our women. They need to be educated too. And it's time that we started forcing them. Yeah, I agree with defunding the police because they're not doing anything. The other thing that bothers me about it is that the one thing that really bothers me is that we've got all these ex-RCMP officers that are saying, oh, I want to be a private investigator. Well, you couldn't solve those cases when you were acting as police officers. What the heck makes you think that $20,000 more is going to help you solve? Not going to happen. So most of the time it's these frontline workers that are the ones that are finding these women. They're the ones that should be paid, instead of having to rely on a system that's failing them. Wouldn't that be something, eh? Give us the guns.
I really didn't mean to say that to her, but I did. I just, want to just offer what Lorelei had mentioned too, that nobody really talks about, and I'm really grateful that she did. We have trap houses down here. I don't know if you all know about these trap houses. These coochie guys or gals. It's the women that are also trafficking our women. They're the worst. But I want to bring it back to the hot capping. She just mentioned, nobody talks about it. I've had more fights with coroners and with police officers than I care to even count. Hot capping is made to look like our loved one had overdosed. These women are being deliberately killed. We had 3 places down here. I wrote the names down of those buildings, and she mentioned it. Human trafficking it's right in our front yard, not in our backyard, it's in front of us. I brought up to the city 3 the addresses of these buildings that are held, our loved ones are held in trap houses or trap places. I bring it to the city. As Gladys was with me. I remember Elizabeth Ball up there, or Bale Ball, whatever. Oh, we'll look into it. Never, not once, did they come in there. These women that are picked up down here are very young girls that are that they party them in these trap houses. And when I say the word trap, they are trapped. They are being primed. They're getting them ready. We stopped a case, and it was Laura Holland when I was working at this other place. I overheard a conversation, and it made it look like I was bebopping to tunes, but I wasn't. I was listening. 3 women from Edmonton that was being trafficked, $10,000 per 3 women from Vancouver. Got a hold of Summer and them again. What was the odds? We intercepted really quick. Laura Holland was on that phone with that lawyer, and this is what Lorelei is talking about. I don't have to like these lawyers, but we need them because we're not protected. We are not protected on those front lines, but everything is focused on that loved one at that moment. When that call came to Laura Holland and I went to Summer Rain, boom, it was done so quickly. 6 women were saved. But these trap houses that nobody talks about is something for you to really look at, pay attention to. What bothers me more than anything is when you hear about their lifestyle. I don't give a shit about their lifestyle. They're a human being. That's all that matters to us at that moment. We don't care. And I wanted to share that because it is our reality. We are the one night, the semi-truck, he didn't have his back, the container on, and it was Summer and her group on the front lines. We noticed something different. We came around the front, and it was a young girl, not even 15, 16 years old. And then had the curtains closed. Right away, boom, 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 boom. You take a picture of that vehicle, what their company is. I phoned their company. Is it part of your policy for your drivers to be picking up minors? Gave them the address, place, boom, it was done. It's our responsibility. I take this work very serious because I don't have closure for my own family. But think about those trap houses and think about the hot capping. Ask those questions. I tell the coroners, you treat this loved one. We want a thorough check on her body, looking for pinholes, anything. My niece was one of them. She was clean and sober for 2 months, working with me. One of the most amazing advocates down here. And I get the call. We need you to come to identify her body. What was striking to me when I came in, it's not how she was laying down, it was the paraphernalia. And I kept saying to that VPD, you don't see anything wrong here. Well, one or two things. I'm an ex-addict. I know when I used to get high, I'd always fall frontwards or go backwards. That was the thing that struck me. When you're going to do that impact hit and you're going to go down, your body is dead weight, you're going to go. That paraphernalia didn't move. That was the dead giveaway right there. He said, no, she overdosed. No, she didn't. If she overdosed, then why didn't that paraphernalia move when her body hit down? They couldn't say anything to me. So I called the coroner right away. You treat my niece with the utmost respect and that. But because my niece owed a debt, they hot capped her. Some of the women that you're going to see, in the downtown east side too, they got shaved heads. Nobody wants to talk about it. But it's right in front of you again. They're shaving their heads. Either they're going to be sold to another dealer or they owed money. We watch very carefully for things like that. But again, at the end of it, we have nowhere to bring them. I just wanted to share that because nobody wants to talk about trap houses. We do, because we're on those front lines. The police aren't going to say, no, that doesn't happen. It's like at that kiddie stroll up by Triumph area and that Lakewood area. They said there's no kiddie stroll. And I say, excuse me? We're on those front lines. Those kids are being sold. And it's right there. But our 3 levels of government don't give a damn. But I just wanted to share that because that just really, really hit because at the trafficking, but those trap houses. And they could be your neighbor. You would never know. They could be your neighbor. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. You know, these are heavy discussions that we're having here. And I think as we wrap this up, what we're hearing is the state, the police, they're part of the problem. And the solution comes from the grassroots, from the women, from the organizations, and that we need to mobilize. We need the resources. But even when we mobilize, where do we bring them? There is no safety. Safety changes everything, is our motto at BWSS. But it's a struggle. And we need to work at changing that. And this is the start. This is a difficult conversation. And I thank everyone who gave voice to just a little bit that we need to discuss here. This is just the icing, not even. It's the decorations of there's a lot to talk about. It's also important that we take care of ourselves when we have these discussions. We have Audrey here. Please reach out, take a moment, leave, take a quick walk if you need to. And we thank you. We thank everyone here for listening. And
thank you, Joanne. Thank you to each of the participants. I raise my hands in appreciation for being able to sit in this group with all of us and be able to have this conversation and find the connections and the strength and the power to do that. So I very much appreciate each and every one of you for being here and being a part of this conversation. It is not easy work, but we have to find a way to hold each other up in that work and find space for each and every one of us. You have 10 minutes. Again, feel free to get snacks. There's like 10,000 things over there now. Food, water, Coca-Cola, coffee, and tea. And we're going to set up for the next community discussion, which is, what is it? It's Femicide in a First World Country 2024. So those of you who are speaking on that community discussion, please make your way up here and get whatever you need in the interim. The rest of you, 10 minutes. Hawa.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
1 in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a world view which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a world view which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, And these women.
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact,
Well, this panel is to focus on Femicide 2024 in recognition of femicide in a first world country. And all too often we are focusing on femicide, what happens in the quote unquote global south. And we are only beginning to discuss femicide and the different aspects of femicide here in what is considered a developed country in the global north, as it were. And those classifications of the global south, the global north, and what that means in the history and the ongoing reality of colonization and the ways in which colonization has been an incredible impacting force, geopolitical force for the last 500 years all around the globe. And that in the making of nation states as we understand them today from a colonial perspective, through that process has baked in a version of misogyny and violence against women that is woven into the fabric of society and has been allowed to continue unabated and without impact for hundreds of years. It is so deeply entrenched and rendered invisible that each instance of a killing of a woman or girl is considered kind of a one-off, that it's these one circumstances that happens. And what we are doing today is connecting the dots in the sense of how these aren't one-offs in the least, but rather a systematic pattern of domination that has ground itself deeply and profoundly into the lives of women and girls in the global south, certainly, but definitely in the global north. And we're really grateful for the work of the Canadian Observatory on Femicide for Accountability and Justice that's based in Ottawa. That came to be through a United Nations kind of call out to all nation states to create observatories in order to observe femicide in nation states. And it was largely due to the UN wanting to look at the global south and highlight femicide there. But little did the world know that countries such as Canada have an epidemic of femicide. I am really honored and privileged to be here with amazing colleagues that are doing really incredible work, both in professionally and in community, representing many different aspects. And we're going to get to hear from them in a sec as we go around the room and have this conversation, go around the table and have this conversation. And setting the context on Canada's gender-based violence response and femicide response, in 2018, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women criticized Canada, and Canada's been criticized a lot in the UN over the last decade in how it's responded both to Indigenous women and the killings and violence against women more generally. And that Canada was criticized in its approach to addressing gender-based violence for lacking a comprehensive legal framework, coordination, and a human rights focus. And that these systemic problems that are baked in through the very making of Canada as a nation continue across decades and across governments. And a glaring example is Canada's failure to ratify the 1994 Bilem de Paro Convention, which is a very specific convention around nation states prioritizing violence against women. Canada is one of only 2 countries that has not signed this convention. And typically when Canada chooses not to sign these conventions, it's because they're concerned of their own, Canada's kind of liability in that sense. And so it's always been late in signing UN conventions on violence against women, especially when it's related to Indigenous people. And so one of the things that we're urging definitely is for Canada to sign that convention. But to think also about femicide, we have to look at the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which of course has not ended, but what happened during the lockdown period, and that femicides from 2019 increased in Canada by 20%. And we saw some very disturbing cases of femicide in Canada that as a part of that increase, where we are seeing sons that have killed their mothers. We're seeing male adult children killing their elderly mother. And of course, we've seen intimate partner violence. But we're also seeing state violence in the sense of RCMP killings of women, particularly Indigenous women, women of African descent, Black women especially. And that the current statistics in 2024, 94% of femicides involved a male perpetrator, which is why we highlight the issue around the gender dynamics. We're talking about men killing women in a very particular way. And it's not necessarily about the number in the sense of how many. Of course, men are killing lots of men, but in numbers, it exceeds. But it's very much around the reality that patriarchy is the law of the land in Canada. And in that way has created a disparity, an imbalance in terms of women and men, and of course, gender diverse people. And that is the reason why we are clocking and tracking femicide, is to recognize that to be an oppressed person, to be an oppressed gender in Canada means that you could be killed by a man. And that's the reason to identify, and the reason to observe it and to witness it and to pay attention, and also to disrupt it. We had this amazing panel and just now talking about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Two-Spirit. And we heard from Sandra Delaron in her wonderful keynote about the work that's happening in Manitoba. And the reality is that wherever your relationship is to colonial power structure, in the sense of the European power structures that have been created here, will determine your risk of femicide. So that means that Indigenous people generally, and women specifically, will experience femicide in terms of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, which is a continuation of genocide, the genocidal project of Canada. And also Black women. There's very few Black people in Canada relatively, and there's a whole reason for that in the sense of how Black people were excluded from immigration and were only able to immigrate to Canada under very rigid kind of immigration schemes over the years. So Black people's presence on these lands has been curtailed through immigration, but also enslavement. There's a experience of enslavement of Africans in these lands, and that there are descendants of enslaved Africans in these lands, and there's also descendants of enslaved Africans generally that have traveled here, either through the Underground Railroad, which is typically the story Canada wants to talk about, because it gives this idea of a hopeful, utopian place to come after enslavement. But then also, we have African people here that have been here 8 generations as descendants of enslaved people. And so that is why we identify the interconnection between race and gender and colonial relationship in terms of how people of the global south are in a colonial relationship with a country like Canada in light of the economic drivers of Canada, which is largely due with mining, and that mining in the global south, particularly in Central America and South America, but also in Africa and other parts of the world, is a factor in femicide, as it is a factor here in the sense of resource extraction. A little bit about British Columbia as well as Canada. There were 162 women and girls killed in Canada last year. 66% were killed by men, where the accused was identified. 44 of those killings were of a current or former male partner. Women aren't killing men in intimate relationships. Let's just get that clear. There isn't gender symmetry. There isn't mutual killing happening, and that patriarchy is the law of the land, as I mentioned, and that's the reason why women are being killed by men in relationships. And in 2022, the highest number of killings recorded in recent times was 27 here in British Columbia. And 100% of those cases involved a male accused, with 45% being an intimate partner. So femicide is alive and well and thriving here in Canada, as we do not have a sense of a response in terms of the problem. There isn't, we've had even some suppression of the issues where most of our information about femicides come from media reports. And since we've been tracking them, and even more so tracking it now, we've noticed that police agencies, RCMP particularly, have started to not disclose the names of victims or the genders of victims now. As they're saying ostensibly it's because of family or wanting to protect privacy. We think that there's something more happening there in the sense of wanting to suppress this information, and in the hopes that we'll move on, which is also why we have observatories. This is why nation states are happy to not think about femicide as a thing, which is why the UN, and which we see in the global south certainly, but also why it matters in a country like Canada, because here we believe Canada is seeking to suppress these numbers or reclassify them in different ways. And because they're catching wind to the fact that we're watching. And so there are a number of victims in this year's list that the name has been withheld. And the Canadian Observatory has defined those, through their own investigation, has determined that there is suspected femicide in effect. But that's a new little twist in police response to femicide here in Canada now that we're observing it. There are some key challenges in addressing femicide in Canada, and that there are regional disparities, which is of course what we also, when we think about femicide, we are also talking about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls as a significant example of femicide, and that there's unequal resources, financial resources, and support resources across provinces and territories. So it's not surprising that we have more per capita killings of women and girls in rural areas, because that's kind of, the resources come to the urban settings and not necessarily to the rural areas. And it's also a factor is the criminal justice response. The panel previously, some of the panelists talked about the role of police, as a problem, but also what could, maybe a better opportunity be for police. The criminal justice focus on kind of addressing these issues is not a helpful focus for Indigenous women, for Black women, for those that have been defined in various ways as being criminalized. Their existence in these lands is criminalized in terms of Indigenous women, and definitely refugees who are right now experiencing particular kind of targeting. And we've had a recent femicide by the RCMP of Vanessa Rentiera in Surrey in September this year. There is an absolute lack of understanding the quality of the training that these entities that represent the state receive. And there certainly isn't sufficient monitoring and evaluation. But part of wanting to shift away from the criminal justice response, the legal response, is because of the amount of resources that gets allocated to those spaces that we see is not helping in class. In fact, it's creating more of an opportunity to over-police and under-protect various communities and urban settings like Indigenous populations, like this neighborhood in Vancouver, for example. At the same time, we don't have a structure to hold those that do harm accountable in a meaningful way, or at least to hope that we could hold those that do harm accountable. We don't have another structure. It's all speculative at this point in the sense that what it would mean to not have police. So a lot of attention goes into policing and their training and their accountability, and I'm here with so many of my incredible co-workers who a significant portion of their job is simply trying to get the police to do their job. We spend a lot of time just doing that on the day-to-day. We have a massive issue around misogyny that continues, and racist misogyny that continues, and quite frankly, coming out of the last 4 years, has been given more fuel. With some of the rhetoric that we're hearing within particular political parties and entities, there is a virulent anti-Indigenous, anti-Black, anti-immigrant, anti-refugee sentiment and anti-woman sentiment that is flourishing at the moment without anybody wanting to put the brakes on it. And that means increased vulnerability for all kinds of things. But definitely for femicide. Just wanting to make sure I've covered my notes here. I would like to just read the names of the women that are that have been on the list. For 2024. No name released, age 66, Chilliwack, January 17th, male accused. Tanis Korgal, 33, Nanaimo. Navdeep Kaur, 28, Surrey. No name released, age unknown, Vancouver, male accused. Balwinder Kaur, Abbotsford. Gertrude Cheong, 49. Vanessa Terry, 33. Tatiana Stefanski. Thank you for standing. Thank you. Tatiana Stefanski, 44. Lumbee. No name released, 71. Richmond. Son arrested. Par Preet Kaur Sidhu, 33. Surrey. Tori Dunn, 30. North Surrey. Joanne Jackson, Sicamous. Christine Rogers, 58, Maple Ridge. Christina Tina Louise McIntosh, Okanagan Region, age 40. No name released, age unknown, Surrey. Vanessa Rentiera, 37, Surrey. No name released, 38, New Westminster. Lindsay Dancella, 44, Montrose. And those are the 18 individuals that have been believed to have been femicide in British Columbia in 2024. Thank you for standing on behalf of them. I am really grateful to be with my colleagues here, and right beside me is wonderful Mara, who is an incredible legal advocate doing amazing work with victim survivors around immigration, gender-based violence, and other related systems. Next to her is Rosie Elena, who is a fierce advocate and doing work and supporting teams around intimate partner violence, domestic violence, sexualized violence, and gender-based violence more generally. Next to her is beloved Leslie, who has been a fierce leader in our communities, taking action in a number of different ways to help build capacity and make change in communities and supporting the change. And then my lovely co-worker, Wendy, who is also here, and a fierce advocate providing support to victims and survivors. So I know you all have microphones in front of you, and thank you very much for being here, Myra and Rosa, Leslie and Wendy. So as I gave my overview, what comes to mind for you and what you're seeing as the issues and the solutions? And I wonder if I could start with you, Myra, please.
Thank you, Angela. Hello, everyone. My name is Mayra Albuquerque. I am originally from Peru. And I used to practice corporate law in Peru. And I was on the dark side, I have to say that. And please, and don't judge me. But actually, that helped me a lot to understand how corporations can do like atrocities to our land, our people, our animals, but that's not the topic today. I started to work at BWSA in 2018, and of course I changed completely the branch of law that I was seeing before. So I work with the intersection between family, immigration, child protection, and criminal law. And what it was a surprise for me is that coming from a developing country, I thought, okay, now that I am immigrating to a first world country, probably I will not deal with these kind of issues. Like probably Canada is gonna be like a safe place for women, and it was a wrong idea. And actually that broke my heart. And I think that when we talk about femicide, we need to understand all the complexity that is involved, right? Like the challenges that we are facing in our work every single day, like the lack of coordinated response from our institutions, like RCMP, the Vancouver Police, MCFD, and I can give direct examples of this. Well, I will talk about some of the cases that I have been working on, because I think when we pointed out examples that are real cases, then is when people can start to understand how the magnitude of this problem, right? So I had the opportunity to work in different cases, but this one actually, it was a significant one for me because I did everything that it was on my hands to protect this woman. We went to the police, we went to the provincial court to request a protection order. Even though the protection order was granted, the ex-partner was breaching the order multiple times. We went, we reported to the police, nothing happens. They were treating it as a family dispute. This is just a family dispute. This woman was killed. This happened in 2021. Of course, it was really hard to process for me. I was pregnant at the time, and so it was even more difficult. And I wanted to talk about that today because I think the police fell to this woman, as many other women. As Auntie Bernie said, and sorry to call you Auntie Bernie, but I know you are Summer's Brain's auntie, so I'm taking the liberty to say Auntie Bernie. As she mentioned it before, there is not a coordinated work between our institutions, and that is probably the main reason why the system is failing. The weakness of the law enforcement, the judicial system, the lack of support services for victims, but also the cultural attitudes, right? And this is when it comes to every single person who try to put the blame of these crimes on the women, judging the way they are dressing, judging probably the way they are talking, or just if they are smiling. So those are not reasons for someone to be killed. When instead of paying attention to those things, is actually we have to redirect our attention to what is actually happening. Women are being murdered, and this is a reality. The numbers are increasing considerable. And for a person that comes from a third world country where femicide is everywhere, I can tell you I am shocked what is happening here, and that nobody is taking actually the responsibility. Nobody takes accountability for what is going on. So we need to stop this. So what I will say, just because Angela has said everything already, but just something that I would like to share is that you don't need a law degree, you don't need any degree to be an advocate. You only need to raise your voice. So if you are here today, it's because you are obviously interested in this topic. So please don't let to raise your voice. Raise your voice everywhere, even if it's in the school, even if it's in, I don't know, in your work. If you see something, if you are witnesses of abuse, please raise your voice, because that's the best way for us to make this visible. We need to make this visible. If our authorities, they are not doing their work, so it's our work to point it out. It's our work to go outside and raise our voice and make some noise.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Myra. Beautiful. Rosa Elena.
Hi, my name is Rosa Elena Arteaga. I am an immigrant from Mexico. I am a settler living in the unceded territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I have been living in Canada for 28 years now, and I work with Battered Women Support Services. I want to acknowledge that this topic is really hard, and I want to appreciate all of you for sitting there, listening to what we have to say. It's not trendy, it's not nice, right? It's reality. And A lot of the times we get to do amazing work within our organization, but in a way, in isolation, in the sense that we get to see the worst that humans do to humans, and we get to witness that violence against girls and women is endemic and epidemic. And I want to go back a little bit to my story of things that I know about violence against women. In 2000, I was part of a coalition. It was an international coalition that was demanding the Mexican government to do something about the missing and murdered women in Mexico, in Ciudad Juarez, northern Mexico. At that time, I had a colleague who was the one exposing all these numbers, and she went to the newspapers, she exposed the numbers, she created a movement, she got some funding to open a center to support victims of violence, mainly gender-based violence, sexual violence, and then she was killed. There was feminicide just because she was exposing all of this, and she there to help other women, right? So when I went there, we had like a research group, we met with government, we created a whole movement. And through the investigation that I heard from different people who were very active at that time, they discovered that mainly the women who were being killed or disappeared at that time were young women, dark skin, meaning indigenous background, dark hair, long hair. A lot of them worked in the factories, so there was race, gender, and poverty. All of these young women disappeared, and then later some bodies were found, others were not found. And the theory at that time was that there was a serial killer. Then later they found that it was predators from USA who easily were coming into the Mexican border, and then videos were found of how they were killing young women and selling the videos. Their boyfriends, right? Like if you are poor, you are a woman, you are a racialized woman, and you are exposed to this violence, any man now can do anything to you. So when I came to Canada, I thought I was just tired of so much injustice that I witnessed, and it didn't matter that I was an activist. I could have died there and I wouldn't have done any change, right? So when I came to Canada, I was thinking that it's the first world country and things are better. However, as you have heard from Angela and Myra, what we witness day after day is that there is an epidemic, that when we call police and we ask women to do everything they need to do for their protection, and then we call police and they say, I have other crimes to work on, we cannot go to her place, we cannot do this, we cannot do that. So sometimes we feel that we have to just be creative in how we create safety plans, how we provide some protection to women, but we shouldn't be creative, right? There is a whole system that benefits from all our work, right? And we are frontline workers, but then also we are put there to be the ones responsible for the safety of women when we are doing everything we can. So we need, as Myra said, we need other organizations, we need the system to listen, which we know it doesn't listen, but we need to expose the issues. And I have been doing this work for so many years, but I'm never going to give up. I'm going to keep exposing that there is violence against girls and women, violence against indigenous, Black, and racialized women, poor women. Just because you are traumatized sometimes with historical violence, then now you are seen as a criminal because of your reactions, because of your responses. If you show your emotions, if you yell a lot, if you don't yell, all of that can also get you killed. So it's important that we as community, we continue exposing this issue. And I know that some of us who have been doing this work for so long, we get tired, but I just really respect the people who were in the morning talking about, I'm tired, but I'm here. I'm tired, but I'm helping individuals who call me. I'm tired, but I won't give up. So thank you.
Leslie.
Thank you. Well, I think you raised all the issues, and the other panel did as well this morning. Colonization, patriarchy, racism, oppression. These are the issues. I think these are the main issues that we're dealing with as Indigenous women in this province. We're also dealing with police gender bias, Indigenous fear and distrust of the police, so we're not likely to call for help. And the police contempt for Indigenous people, particularly Indigenous women, so they're not likely to help us when we call for help. And some of the solutions that I've been thinking about is, again, we need to collectively organize. And we need to take lessons from the women leaders from the Global South who have put their own lives on the line and who march and who organize. And it has cost them, but I think we've got some important lessons from them. We need to think about decolonizing. We don't need to think about it anymore, actually. We just need to do it. We need to build our collective voices and, again, include our allies to hold our nation states accountable for not just anti-racism and cultural safety training. All that is, look where we're at. How effective has it been? We really need to do more than just the light stuff. We really need to build some strong accountability measures in terms of how Indigenous women are being treated in this country and how killing us is just being overlooked. We need to reclaim our matriarchy, and many of the Indigenous women in this room are doing it. We saw them this morning. They're sitting in the front rows, claiming their space. I think the matriarchy is how the majority of Indigenous people in this province have organized ourselves. And under colonization, matriarchy was discredited and dismantled, and patriarchy has taken over, and that has really harmed us. I think we need to collect our own data. Somebody was talking about data this morning. Police and government are going to give us the data that we need. We need it for ourselves. We need to use that data to hold our nation states accountable, provinces, Canada, and we need to use that data to show the discrimination, the police violence, the police lack of action and their bias. And finally, I think one of the most important things that we need to do with data is we need to empower our own Indigenous women with their own data so that they own it. And with that data, you've seen this in many other areas. You've seen it in child and family services. You've seen it in Indigenous specific child and family services. You've seen it in Indigenous loss of culture and language, where there's been class action lawsuits against the government. Billions and billions of dollars have been won in class action lawsuits. How do we do that? We gather our own data and collect our data. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
I agree
Wendy.
Thank you. I agree that all of these are really important issues. There's not one that should be prioritized over another, simply because they all complement one another. So I believe that all the actions or discussions and studies that are going to improve the legislations or regarding the protection of women, because they are women, and because they're women, they're experiencing all these different types of violences in every space that they are present, which is everywhere. I think that's a really important, one line of action, let's say. And a following one is, when will Canada sign these conventions or international agreements where that's another mechanism? It could take years, but those are other ways that we can hold them accountable for certain cases, right? Or set precedent for certain violations against human rights of women and girls. I think another line of action is even just the remembering, the memory, the historical memory, the collective memory of these girls and women, which is where we gain a lot of our strength and inspiration for the struggle that we're doing. I know that it is absolutely exhausting to continue to fight and be in the face of these authorities and continue to demand safety and investigation, to retell one and time again the story, right? The witnesses have to retell the story. And yes, sometimes I forgot that detail and today I remembered, right? Or today I remembered it in a different way, but it all happened on this body, on this experience. And that part of our stories and the way that women have experienced all these types of violence sometimes is not as valued by the systems as by our collectiveness. I think that that part of the oral history, which in particular indigenous communities have done for such a long time, I think we need to learn more from that and continue experiencing that, putting those things into practice, because beside the fact that we're developing all these actions and putting the complaints and the police, etc., we're also kind of living through it. And we're accompanying the women that are experiencing and just survived all these horrible things. And so we really have to put value to the way that we're moving through our stories individually and collectively in order to gain that strength and empower ourselves and empower those women to be able to go through the other obstacles that we know are already there. Why it's so important for us to take care of one another and stand in solidarity or sorority with other people. I also think that one important element is to incorporate into the analysis, and I say this because of something that Mayra had mentioned just a moment ago, that sometimes it's up to the victim and the survivor to kind of prove that, yes, this was violence because I am a woman, because I am a girl. And it's so difficult sometimes for us to tell our testimonies and then still have to prove it. What do you mean you need evidence, right, of the violence that I just experienced? And I think those discussions in the debate in Guatemala and in Central America led a lot of the organizations of survivors and victims to talk about our bodies as a territory to defend. Our bodies are the first territory that we have a right to defend. And so therefore anything that happens here, or the way that we, because we only produce, or what are we producing, or why are we being exploited, or what is it, why is so much hate towards these bodies? I think that's a discussion that we also need to introduce into our movements, and therefore from that point of that very grassroots and how we're living it every day, make those changes in the legislation. Yes, include the fact that this step towards you and this, entrenchment into your territory and your body, there's many different things, because when we talk about femicide, it's as if, okay, well, this woman was killed or this girl was killed because she was a girl or a woman. But it kind of sometimes feels like it leaves out all the other human rights violations that occurred before that woman ended up getting assassinated because she's a woman. It leaves aside all the backstory of what happened. And so bringing into the analysis things like, are they at the border? What is happening in the economies of the border, and what role are women playing? Are these women in close context to Canadian mining companies, or other economic interests? What is happening and how that is impacting their vulnerability, just simply because they are women, but in this particular location. They're in their own territory, in another territory where economic interests usually are the ones that are at play. And so I think all of those are really important, like changes in the legislation, that we need to bring about truth, even if that truth or those truths are very painful to us when it comes to the perpetrators being members of the community or of our family. And, all the shame and stigma that are placed on us because, because that's just what is happening. And I think I'm really enjoying the discussion, and I hope there's another question coming up. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Rosa. Thank you, Myra. So I'm wondering if anybody has any questions. We have some time for questions. Anybody have questions for the panel? Yep. Do you want to just holler it out? Denise.
Hi. Yes.
Thanks, Denise. Thank you, Denise.
Hi again. Hi, my name is Roxana. I'm from Mexico, and I'm speaking for immigrants, construction workers, and I'm part of the team board of Immigrant Workers Center. So a question that I have, thank you for bringing first those topics about Mexico, about what women are suffering there and in Latin America in general, because it's a really sensitive topic for me and for a lot of people from here, I'm pretty sure about. So I would like to know, what's the action that you're taking against racism for immigrants and in a personal and collective way? So that's my question.
Mm-hmm. Who would like to take that on? Kind of the intersection of racism and misogyny as it relates to femicide. I think you just talk. Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah, so the action starts with walking the talk, right? So at Battered Women's Support Services, we work from an anti-oppression perspective, and we are always highlighting the root cause that is colonization, racism, and patriarchy, all the factors, we are highlighting that, and we highlight that in every step we take. When we create a conference, when we challenge the systems, when police are responding in certain ways to women, when we provide training. So it's in everything we do, and we bring to the attention of authorities too, right? Like when someone is making a decision based on gender or race, we tell them, you are making this decision based on that, and I'm watching you, so what are you going to do? Do we have to make a police complaint? Do we have to go to... So we take those steps, and I think that it's important to make it visible. And that's why we are having this conversation. It's exactly the step, right? And putting together this conference is a lot of work, and having all of you here is to make it visible as a group. And sometimes there is people within power that they don't want to talk about the impacts of colonization. They don't want to talk about how the systems were created to control mainly indigenous people and to maintain people down, right? But we are making it visible, so that would be one of my answers.
Thank you. Thanks, Rosa. Anybody else want to comment on that around racism and misogyny?
I just wanted to add something. I know that your question is more orientated at migrant workers. However, when it comes, with the intersection of migrant workers, but also gender-based violence, there are remedies, to help those people who are probably suffering any particular intimate partner violence. So when it comes, for example, to get a status for them, sorry, I'm really with a sore throat. When it comes to a status, we help them to get TRPs and open work permits if they need it. Not if they are suffering under a labor market impact assessment and the employer is I don't know, taking advantage of their situation. Yes, that's another, in practice, that is our work, right? That's the way that we help them to look for other remedies or other ways to create a pathway for them here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Another question from the audience? Anybody? Yes, in the back there. Hey.
Is this what? Okay.
I know that Wendy, you touched on the difficulties of evidence, but I was wondering if you think anybody, if it is time for the criminal code to stipulate femicide as a specific offence, if you have anything to say about like, the difficulties of defining it, or if you have any knowledge of other jurisdictions that have implemented that as a criminal offence. Thank you.
Yes, CCC? Yeah. Thank you for your question. Yes, I think that there are many ways that the criminal code or other pieces of legislation need to be addressed so that these details, right, the broader experience around the femicide could be tried, or that evidence could be presented in that way. In Guatemala, for example, once the peace treaties were signed, there was a possibility for a piece of legislation around femicide to be introduced. And some of that process was done in consultation with communities, in consultation with women's organizations, and the importance of that those details had to be included. I think at one point it did have like a broader perspective in terms of collection of evidence, but also the way that things were being documented. I'll let you know, for example, there was a case of harassment and threats that were happening at a high school. Some people had broken into that high school over the weekend and drew with like detergent soap for laundry, the body of a woman with the legs open, and put things in the middle of that, right? When the police came to take information from the to document and begin to take evidence, they believed that was just random. That was not something random, right? The fact that they had like that violence, graphic violence in that way, the message that it was sending, the intention that it had to be treated differently, and why the girls especially, were at risk at that high school, just to give you an example. With the legislation and the way that police officers and public prosecutors were continued to be trained, especially after an attorney general came in, her name is Claudia Paz y Paz. She was able to change a lot of that dynamic within the entity that does investigations. So it's not just the changes in the code itself, it's also how you're going to train those police officers or those prosecutors, or I guess here, Crown Counsel, I don't know, not just convince them and train them, but make them really understand why that piece of evidence or an image in that way could be considered a threat, a direct or indirect threat to women and girls at that school, for example. So it is a big change in terms of the culture, and also how the way that we're demanding changes has to be supported, like the women and the organizations that are bringing forward these changes also have to be accompanied, right? A lot of the things that would happen in Guatemala, even just when that piece of legislation came to be voted in Congress, there was a really big pushback from religious organizations like churches, especially like the Catholic Church, but also Protestant, other types of churches around. Well, no, that's private, right? You don't talk about that. That's their business. What's happening within that family, let's say. And also around the role of the women, right? What Myra and Rosa and other people have mentioned already around, well, how were they dressed? How were they this, right? So all of the evidence is put on the victims and the survivors to kind of prove that I'm a victim of that. And not around, putting the responsibility on those people that are investigating it, right? That's their role, that's their job. And I think that there's definitely room to make those changes into the legislation or the criminal code. And that's why at the beginning of my opinion here, I was mentioning the importance that Canada sign these different conventions and international agreements. And I think one of the reasons why they don't do it is because they know that they're already failing at it, and this would be another opportunity for them to say, I failed. And for us, they know that it's an opportunity for us to bring forward certain cases or set a certain precedent to change these dynamics.
Thank you so much for that, Wendy. Sorry, can I just check the mic here? I just have one thing to add, just one sec. My mic. Yeah, thank you. Was that Hannah that asked that question? Sound like Hannah. Of course, the legal advocate wants to talk about the law. Thank you. Brilliant. As it happens, we are in a process of exploring the role of the idea of femicide in law and some legislative options related to the criminalization of femicide in Canada. And just the overarching thing to say is that anytime that we're going to add more law, it means that we're building another layer of bureaucracy and another layer of investment in police training and systems training and all of that, those things, which are big resources. We're talking millions and millions of dollars. And we already have enough information to tell us that the current situation in terms of training and all of that has not helped for policing agencies across the country to actually follow the laws and policies that exist right now. But one of the important things in thinking about, or a few things to think about in terms of a standalone crime of femicide, is that femicide could be seen as an aggravating factor in the sentencing of homicide. That aggravating factor is important because not similar to the red dress alert, it gives us an indication of something deep and profoundly embedded in that violent act that has some very like kind of horrible underpinnings. And so that aggravating kind of context is helpful in order to bring awareness, but also shame for those that do the harm. That is, and a raising awareness, but also recognizing that it's a thing. Murder and manslaughter in Canadian law exist, and all those crimes require proof of the crime. So, and then also the operation of somebody's mind, basically, and if they were intending on killing. That's sort of how we understand, in a very easy way to describe it. It's way more complicated than that. But just, it's about, the physical elements like firing a gun, using a knife, causing that death, but also the operation of somebody's mind regarding the acts and if they understood the consequences. So those are factors right now in understanding murder and manslaughter in Canadian law. And all homicide is not murder. So that's where the manslaughter comes in. And we often see those plea deals it becomes a conversation between the legal system with the accused, that we see sometimes charges are reduced as a result of a conversation and a deal, and it ends up being the system kind of serving itself in the sense of how it can save time and resources in the system if they can get charges whittled away to something much less than what actually happened to the individual. So murder is a more stigmatized crime, certainly, and carries mandatory life sentence upon imprisonment, upon conviction in Canada. However, it can be classified as first and second degree. So those are also layers of that. Now, the purposes of femicide to be criminalized would be a relevant aggravating factor. We are literally looking at that right now, and there is a push around that in the sense of moving it forward as a standalone crime in Canada. We're a part of the Canadian Observatory on Femicide, and that's the work that we're doing right now. And that there's an inter-American model of the crime of femicide that already exists, that has a whole listing, and I'm happy to share all of that if you want. You don't want to hear it now. It's a lot of A through K kind of descriptions of law. But the idea is that we want to understand the kind of what is happening in someone's mind when a man decides to kill a woman and to do violence to kill a woman. There is a incredible amount of justification through the patriarchal system and misogyny that just in and of its existence in Canada as the law of the land empowers the killing. Combined with the legal system currently that fails to address it, whittles away the charges, police do not investigate. We've heard all the stories with respect to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. It's the same when we're talking about the case of non-Indigenous women and girls, such as we see the police now not naming victims. Literally, we have a whole group now of faceless, nameless victims of femicide emerging within Canada. And that is part of the struggle in making visible these issues. But we are pursuing this. There's reasons why there could be advantages. There's disadvantages, as I touched on a bit, in the sense of how many resources it's going to take. And then we already know that the system is not set up equally, and that men of color, Indigenous men, are disproportionately brought into criminalization for any number of things, including violence against women and girls. And men of European ancestry tend not to be considered as violent as men of color, Indigenous men, are deemed to be seemed as more civilized. They're deemed to be more reflective of Canadian quote-unquote culture. There's a more of an alignment with the state. And so we already know that this kind of crime is not going to shake out equitable in the sense of those perpetrators as well.
Thank you, Angela. I just wanted to add something more about legislation. So on 2019, Bill C-75 was passed into law to amend the criminal code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act and other acts. And even though this was made with good intention, it actually, the reality shows that it makes more damage than actually being a relief, right? And the reasons why is because, because there are concerns over public safety. No, this Bill C-75 could undermine public safety by making it easier for certain accused individuals to be released on bail, or by reducing the severity of sentencing for certain offenses. They may contribute to increase a sense of impunity for certain criminal actions. So when it comes, for example, to femicide, or to even, if we don't talk about femicide, but if we talk about a sexual assault, or we talk about any kind of assault, it's easier for perpetrators just to pay the bail and be released the same day. And this happens every single day. We are part of that. We have women who have been physically assaulted. I have and this came to my mind because it just happened last week. I have this young woman who actually was punched on the face multiple times by her ex-partner. She was non-status, so she actually had to pay in the hospital $2,500 to have 20 stitches on the face. He only paid $500 to be released, and he's now outside. So how actually, the law is there, but it's not actually in concordance with the reality. So I agree, it's not only about the law, it has to be like a whole or other system that I need to be coordinated in order to actually make a difference, right?
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Well done. Sandra, the last question for this panel today. Here comes the mic. It's coming right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I guess more of a question that we could ask offside is about the Canadian Observatory on Femicide. But I also wanted to add that some of the issues that may have been raised in the National Inquiry in terms of sentencing, but what we found really inadequate in terms of the criminal code was the sentencing of Jeremy Skrbicki this summer, who took the lives of 4 Indigenous women. the maximum sentencing was 25 years per sentence to serve concurrently. I think in cases like that there should be options to increase that sentencing. And then secondly, looking at it as the addition of femicide, also as a hate crime. The guy was a white supremacist. So in terms of the criminal code, those are things that should be considered going forward.
Thank you so much, Sandra. Thank you. Excellent. Excellent. Well, you know, just like that, we're out of time. So I want to thank amazing panelists here for sharing, Myra, Rosilena, Leslie, and Wendy. And thank you all for your questions and for bearing witness and for being here today. And it's lovely to see Senator Michelle Audette here. Hello, Senator. Thank you for being here. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be back. Now we have, before we break, we have the incredible privilege of Audrey Siegel, who is our incredible...
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
1 in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, And these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a world view which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, And these women.
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women.
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, And these women.
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a world view which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women.
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a world view which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a world view which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, And these women.
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women.
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, And these women.
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a world view which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women.
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a world view which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
All right, so we're gonna move into our afternoon panel, which is the overrepresentation of BIPOC women in the criminal justice system. And I'm gonna hand it over to my partner in crime here, Myra, in 1 second. However, if any of you want a debit card that doesn't have a name on it and is a specific color, then you can come and ask me about it and I will give it to you.
You got a debit card for me?
I don't have a pin to it, so.
Can we borrow it?
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's me again. So we are ready to start this. Now we are going to talk about overcriminalization of Black, Indigenous, and women of color, transformation or restorative justice. Which one do you think it will actually better for our system? And I will let everyone to introduce themselves and to talk a little bit about the role that you are doing in your community. So I will pass it to over there.
Wendy.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I have some things to share, or thoughts and ideas around how Black, Indigenous, and people of color are continuing to be criminalized. In my experience, something that I've seen is that when women or people from these communities are demanding their rights, when they're starting to tell their stories and share their intuitions around who could be responsible for certain crimes, or demanding their rights and putting complaints and things like that, there's that big barrier around being labeled or identified as someone that is uncomfortable, as someone that is conflictive, that maybe possibly, to the extreme of calling sometimes human rights defenders, or especially Black, Indigenous, people of color, criminals, right? So I've seen that in different cases. I've seen it also to the extreme of calling people that are defending their territory, for example, as terrorists. And we don't talk about the other issues, right? We don't talk about the
criminal activity or the violence that's being enforced onto those people's territories or onto their human rights. And I've also, in certain cases, know that in the jails or the detention centers, there's like overrepresentation of indigenous communities, right? So a lot more than what the population is, or that percentage of representation. And I think that that's a reflection of how much racism and discrimination indigenous peoples are experiencing in their daily lives. I also know that in the cases where there's women, like the mothers or the grandmothers that are in detention, the big gap that leaves in the communities, in the families, is something that is not talked about that much. And so, you know, in our communities, sometimes we have members that have been detained, that they're in jail for one reason or another, but we don't talk about the effect that that has on the families, especially when it's the women that are missing in this sense, right, or absent for this reason, in those nuclear, like in that nucleus of the family and the community. And it is something that it's very hurtful, and you know, it has a really strong impact on the younger generations. And so, some of the people that I know that have gone through that experience, and communities that I've seen that have gone through that experience, not only is there that gap of there's not that woman or that grandmother in the community, in the family, that knowledge and those stories are not being transmitted. And there's no one that can take that place, right? No one can ever take that place, and so the people, the family that's left behind is a lot more vulnerable to receiving other ways of coping or other ways of connecting. So I think that there's a really big disconnect that happens around the imprisonment of these communities, not just because they're now in jail for one reason or another and weren't able to defend themselves, or automatically they were already deemed guilty of certain crime. In some cases, I know that there's women that have defended themselves in a situation of violence, and they end up being the ones incarcerated. And so I think that it's important to kind of wonder that or contemplate on that as well. What is the effect that it has on the rest of the community, on the kids? If we're growing up with that imagery or that example of, oh, my family member is a criminal, and this is all I can be, right? As Black, Indigenous people of color, it's as if we're only given these examples for us to be our own selves. Like if people of color can only be that role, right? Which society and the media tells us it's either a criminal, or in the case of Latin American women, prostitutes, or all these different negative ideas about who we are. And if we don't have that mother or that grandmother there telling us that that's not who we are, that that's an identity that's being imposed, it's going to be difficult for us to not follow that route and become another statistic and get caught up in these things when they see us already as criminals for defending ourselves or for defending a certain cause, like that of the defense of the land and the territory, or just our basic human rights. And I believe that this overrepresentation is linked directly to the system of the colonization and how it continues to want to stop us and kill us and make us lose our spirit and erase us from, again, right, just like the missing women that we were speaking about in the morning, erase these faces, erase these stories and these shades of browns and all that beauty from the mainstream society. Thank you.
Shall I continue? My name is Rosa Arteaga. I already spoken in the morning. I'm glad to be here again. I work with Battered Women Support Services as Director of Clinical Practice, but I have worked in many capacities with Bwss. So when we talk about criminalization of women, I want to, like we have many stories to tell, right? But even there is a research that was released by the Canadian Center for Policy Alternatives in 2020, and their findings say that indigenous, black, and racialized women are the fastest growing prison population. So this is based on their numbers, right? In 2010, I had a case where a woman got arrested, and when I was working with her, I noticed, based in my own research, that police had discriminated against her. And all the factors that made her now a criminal were based on racism and misogyny. So what happened to her is she was not connected with women's organizations. She wanted to leave an abusive relationship. She had 2 children. And at some point, she learned that if you call 911, then police come and help you, right? So she had her suitcase, her 2 children, and the husband didn't let her to go out. So she decided to dial 911. When she called 911, the husband grabbed the phone from her. And then I heard the conversations on the 911 tape, and then the operator says, what do you need, police or ambulance? And then the husband said, police. And they said, oh, are you okay? Are you safe? And then he said, oh, my wife is trying to attack me with a knife. And by then the woman, who is an immigrant, racialized woman, young woman, at that time she was 23 years old, married to a white Canadian guy, 20 years older than her. In her head, she thought, I'm going to wait outside of my building with my 2 girls for the police to come and help me. So then the police came, went upstairs, and then the husband took the knife and just did a scratch here, a little bit, just to show that there was a scratch. They didn't interrogate her. They didn't ask questions. They just went down the stairs, arrested her. She was 4 days in jail. Her children were apprehended, and it took us 2 months to get her children back. I was back and forward fighting with the police. I wrote a police complaint because I believed the woman. When she was released from jail, shelters and transition houses didn't want to offer a place for her because they said that she was a perpetrator. No one took the time to investigate. And that's why we need to believe women, we need to investigate, and if you have the analysis of how women are criminalized, then it's important that with that analysis we challenge the different systems. So then at some point, I was bringing that case forward, and police in different conferences. So a member of the RCMP told me, oh, my police department, they don't do that. Tell me what are the files. Show me the cases. So then at Battered Women Support Services, we decided to start keeping track of all the cases. Then the next time I get another immigrant woman, racialized woman, who got arrested because when she was leaving her house, also she was trying to escape, and then she had the car keys, and the husband told her, oh, you cannot leave with the car, you have to give me the car. And he was pushing her, and then she got the car keys and threw the car keys. They fell into his toe. He got a little bit like reddish in his toe. She got arrested, and she was charged for assault with a weapon. So how many cases we have of men who are violent, abusive, and sometimes they don't get even arrested, right? So at that time, I started collecting all the cases, and we made public that we were supporting women who were arrested as a result of wrongfully arrest, because the partner is making false allegations, or because they were trying to do self-defense, which is a lot of cases, right? It's interesting because when women are in abusive relationships, even though, as many of you know, the partner is abusive, a lot of the times they don't want him to get arrested, to be put in jail. We care, even though he's a horrible person, still we care about him, right? So then many of them don't call the police But sometimes they try to protect themselves. They try to fight back, and then if they fight back, then they are arrested. So throughout the months and the years, I kept collecting cases, and then I was able to collect over 200 cases, just with one organization, one person who was getting all the files, and I wrote like 5, 6 different police complaints. We were successful with the police complaints. People told me, oh, you shouldn't write them because police are not going to do anything. But we were successful, and we were able to make some changes within some police detachments. But what I want to say is there is evidence, right? It's not just that we are political and we are talking about the numbers. Like, we have the lived experience, we are witnessing this every day, and we have been challenging the system. But still, we continue seeing the overcriminalization of indigenous, Black, and racialized women. So, thank you.
Is this one on? Yes. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Maya. My pronouns are she, her. I'd like to thank BWSS and the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations for bringing us all together on these unceded lands. Forgive me if I stumble over my words. I'm a bit nervous as a young advocate speaking as part of this panel. But my role right now is as a community legal advocate with ATIRA's Early Resolution Program. I'm one of 4 members of ATIRA's legal team, and our program supports BIPOC women who are facing criminal charges in the downtown east side. Specifically, we're supporting women at all stages of the criminal justice process, whether they're facing sentencing or prior to charges being approved, from a harm reduction approach where we try to minimize the harms that they will face within these inherently violent and inaccessible systems. And then also specifically working with women who are eligible for alternative measures to try to get them enrolled in that program so that once they've, it works as the process of any charge other than murder 1 and 2 are technically eligible for alternative measures, but most likely right now we're mainly working with the criminalization of BIPOC women in poverty, so looking at more lesser offenses such as mischief, theft under 5,000, really stemming from survival theft just to meet basic needs. And what we do is we make ourselves available because we know that lawyers play an important most role. Most likely right now, we're mainly working with the criminalization of BIPOC women in poverty, so looking at more lesser offenses such as mischief, theft under 5,000, really stemming from survival theft, just to meet basic needs. And what we do is we make ourselves available because we know that lawyers play an important most role, likely also recognizing that it never is. It can't be that way. And part of what we do is we'll sit with women and write out their experiences. So Crown gets a report to Crown Counsel. They get one side of the facts, and we sit with women and we write out their side of the experiences. So their background experience, their family role, also recognizing what led to the day of the alleged offense, and then we submit that through their lawyer to try to get them into alternative measures where they're able to take part in a transformative justice program that allows them to take accountability without it being used against them at a later date if it doesn't work out. But take accountability, participate in a healing plan that might be access to counseling, help with culturally appropriate housing, where those resources exist within a resource gap. And then if they complete their healing plan, then their charges enter normally a stay of proceedings, which means within 1 year, the charge is withdrawn and they don't have a criminal record. So I just want to say thank you for inviting us to be here today and to participate.
OK, bon, ben, je vais me présenter en français. She will translate for me. That's what you said, hein? I don't speak Spanish. Bon, quick, no, it's because of her I'm here. My grandmother, Bernie, thank you so much. I want to say thank you, Lorna, Gladys, of course, Summer Rain, she's somewhere, Sandra De La Ronde, and Patricia and Chris, who is a GLADU but a human being who is supporting my son right now. That's where I was this morning at the First Nation BC court with Chris and my son. Michel Odette, you can tell, apparently I have an accent, which is not true. It's what you think. I'm from another territory. We call it Quebec. Quebec in Innu mean you can get off from your boat. So we were awesome people. We said to the other ancestry or people from, they got lost, là, Quebec, Quebec. But it seemed today that they do not recognize how awesome was my nation. And of course, I say thank you to the names that I mentioned because they are mentors. They are women that allowed me to carry something very heavy, the National Inquiry for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, something that you advocate for decades. You walk, you cross the country with your supple, cute pony car, or, you know, a war pony, Bwss, her English. So many things, but at the end of the day, what I was, for me, my journey was how can I be a tool for women, not to be their voice. We can speak, we can scream, we can sing, we can be quiet. We have all those gifts. But how do we change a system that is so square, so hard, so difficult? Among us, I'm sure we're all in agreement that it's unacceptable what's going on. But it's outside of this circle, of this space. How do we make those changes? So for me, during the inquiry, something was, I mentioned your name. It was so obvious that, yes, there's so many of our brothers and sisters in the jail right now, but what about who those passed away and went to that same system and they weren't even mentioned? And I know Sandra, the woman who was here, mentioned that earlier. And Justice, what's his name, Moreau, or in Alberta, in his court in 1884. You weren't born, I wasn't born, but our spirit, remember that? This white man kills this indigenous woman because he pays his service, her service. They didn't say her name, they said she was a prostitute, a sex worker, or the Indian, the savage, and the people who were doing the court, the jury, sorry, my English, said, he's a good Jack, we'll let him go. We know that, 1884. But that judge said, wait a minute, remove your eyes with the ethnicity, what you see, just see two human beings, and remove the, she's a woman, he's a man. Two human beings, one was violent and the other one got killed because of that violence. The same jury, 14 years. Finally, this apparently good Jack was accused, was officially accused. Same province, 2012, Cindy Gladue, we never said her name. The man who killed that young First Nation girl, he was a good Jack at the end of the day. The jury listened 23% on his family side, but on her side, nobody came. Nobody was invited to talk about who she was. So this system is so not for us, not helping us, even though when we pass away. So it is sad to say that it's normal. I don't like that word, that we see our son, husband, brothers, kids, or people that we love, women, men, two-spirit, in the jail. Because it's made it to make sure that we have the strike and we finish there. Thanks for the people who try to change that. Merci beaucoup. But at the same time, with the National Inquiry, and I will be very quick on this, when we heard the women, the men and the people that share their truth, it wasn't an easy journey, but we stood up, we made it. And one of the things with that Bernie at the Senate, I said to her, continue to mentor me. Even though I'm appointed as a senator, now the government is stuck with me for the next 25 years. So we have a voice there. Or we'll try to shake some space that is too hard for us to get in. So we agree that we will push for an Indigenous Human Rights Tribunal. It's one of the call for justice. And we agree among few family members that agreed to support me in this work that an ombud space. Where do we go if we want to complain? Because each time I go and I feel that the system failed me, it doesn't understand my history, my beauty, my strength, my history, or who I was and who I should be, you know, in this world. So we're pushing that. So my commitment until I don't breathe, it's inside this space, very colonial, and I'm at the same level of John A. MacDonald office, who tried to erase us. So him too, his spirit is stuck with me. 22 years now left. It's been 3 years now to say we need those bills to make sure that we have a lens, an indigenous woman lens, a women lens, a human rights lens. And if you don't pass those tests, you know, immigrant women and so on, that if we don't pass those tests, let's do our homework, due diligence. So it doesn't save my life when we adopt a bill, but it's where, for me, I do my best to continue the work that I was given when I did the National Inquiry. Merci. Thank you.
Well, I think I have Gladys Raddick here. I can talk about some women that I've met in my lifetime that have been incarcerated. Some of them were for stealing diapers, and they end up in jails for years because they're... The other thing that people don't like to talk about is the fact that the guards are raping the women while they're incarcerated. So if these women start fighting back, well, they get more time. And I happened to do a presentation in Norway just this past summer with a young lady. She was 30-ish. She'd been institutionalized for 15 years. And that's exactly what happened to her, is the fact that these guards were raping her. And because she fought back, she ended up getting she initially got 1 year for stealing something. I don't know what it was she stole, but the fact is she got a year for that. And as soon as she got into the jail, she started getting raped by the guards. And then 15 years later, then she finally got out, and she was able to come and do a presentation in Norway to talk about her experience. So that's just one lady. So I can't imagine what would happen. And this lady was Indigenous, but she had light blonde hair. And so it didn't make any difference. They knew she was Indigenous, and that's why she had what was done to her. There's I think about one of the other family members that I know that lost a family member on the Robert Picton farm, and she's still institutionalized. She's in and out of jail, I don't know how many times in her lifetime. For the last 25, 30 years, she's been in and out of jail because of the same ramifications. If you're Indigenous, you're not going to have a good time in or out of jail. So she's either targeted outside or she's targeted inside. And I think that what had happened with this one girl was that she ended up going after the guard that was doing this to her. She was being raped over 7 years by the same guard. And when she finally decided that she was going to call him out on it, he took the easy way out and he committed suicide. But what does that do to her for the rest of her life after what's happened to her? There's no help for her. There was no counseling for her. There was nothing put in place for her after what she was subjected to in those jails. The incarcerations, yeah, the women are going to jail for menial charges, not very many. There are not very many female serial killers. That's been told over and over again. And not as many women either that are going to jail for murder. Usually when they do go to jail for murder, it is over domestic violence situation where they've been defending themselves, and instead of charging the husband, they'll charge the wife. couple years ago, I had even tenants in my little tiny place. I had a family living in a trailer behind me, and they had 3 kids. It was a white family, and they were also addicted. Both parents were addicted. They had these 3 little children under 5. And one night he flipped out and he beat the crap out of her. If that had happened to a First Nations family, our kids would have been taken. We would still be fighting today for our children in that system. But this family today is still together, and they're having their methadone delivered to their trailer. That will never happen to a First Nations family. Not in a million years. They'd rather take our kids and sell them off to the highest bidder. That's what happens to our women in the jail systems. And they're just looking for excuses to put them in jail. I hear about cops out there all the time that are raping our women. I hear the people from the streets because I deal with them on a daily basis, and when I'm driving around Terrace, and they share these stories with me. This is what happened with the cops last night, or this is what happened with the cops last week, or whatever. Always something that has happened where the cops are involved. And so that's where we have a problem with trusting them. We've got no reason to trust them, because this is the way our women have been treated for time immemorial. They're still trying to control the Indian problem. I say enough is enough against our women. Without us women, the men wouldn't be here. We're the life givers of society. We're the backbone of society, and it's time that we started taking that all back again, including through our jail system and our criminal justice system. We need to start taking things back and start having the respect for those men also that stand beside us, because there are men that stand beside us and support the work that we are all doing here. There are men out there, but the thing is, the vast majority of them are against women. Why is that? I have no idea. But all I can say is that women are valuable. We're the backbone of society, and we need to start nipping this in the bud. And we need to stop having our women and girls being incarcerated. Thank you.
I just asked Michelle here if I could share a story. When I was with Michelle with the National Inquiry, I had the good fortune to travel with her throughout, but it was a tough gig for us to try to get into the women's prisons all across Canada, but they made it happen. And one of the things that really struck, we were in Joliette, outside of Montreal, and the first question that Michelle had asked inside at the round circle, there's the wardens and everybody in there, asked a question, is there any racism here? Right away, no, 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 no. We don't do that here. And it was ironic that this non-native elder, because in the prison system out there, heck, they didn't reach out to the community elders that from that territory. But it was this non-native elder that spoke up, and she said, yes, there is. So anyways, Michelle asked, I would like to meet some of the women, our First Nations women. We had just come back from Fraser, the women's prison there, but this was something that And I'm not proud to say this, but I've been in jail. I did my bit. That's nothing to be proud of. So I know a little bit. But what struck us in there is when Michelle went in and met these young First Nations women. These were young women from Edmonton. These were young women from Saskatchewan, northern Saskatchewan. But what struck us was these women from Thompson, Manitoba, northern. When they started sharing their stories, this one young girl, she's been in jail. She was charged as an adult. She was age 15. She's still in prison to this day. So this young girl shared the story. She was at a house party, her and her brother. Party's going, they pass out. They were the only two that were left in this house. And the young girl got charged for the murder of her brother on the promise of a lawyer that says, okay, here, I want you to sign this document. You will get less time. And she didn't even know what, they never explained to her what it was. All they said to her, now this is a lawyer's. So she signed it. She got a life sentence. She didn't even know. Nobody, Native court workers weren't around to explain any of this to her. The most heart-wrenching one is a mother. I went through the same thing, as a young married woman. I got married in 1978, ran away from residential school. I started getting beaten because I ran away, but I told my ex-husband that I identify myself as a gay woman. And my journey began, same as hers. She was trying to protect herself. Her husband comes home, wants something to eat, blah, blah, blah. He started pushing her around, started beating on her. She had enough. She stabbed her husband 14 times. So what they charged her with was premeditated. This was back in a time where the battered women's syndrome was not even around then. But listening to her speak to Senator Odette, it was, the language was a barrier to her. All these young women, I believe there were 7, who were not even from that area, but were transported from Edmonton there. All they had to do was send them out here. So when we started questioning, Senator Odette started questioning them, why did you guys have to move them over here when BC was closer? They had no answer. The only answer that they even said is that the women's prison was too full. And we called bullshit on that one right away, because it wasn't. When I ended up in jail, through my experience with my ex-husband, I'm not going to get into it. I've already, done my journey. I had so much in my head that I wanted to kill this man so bad. Every scar on my face, my teeth went through my lips, I got split here, I got a plate in my back, I used to barrel race, he broke my leg while sober. When I called the police, because my ex-husband used to play golf with the RCMP in Vernon, I was the one that was removed and put into a transition house. And he was allowed to come there and taunt me until I came home. And that still happens today. I've met a lot of women. I've been in the hospital so many damn times, and I had enough. I went to jail because he drained our account, and I had 2 boys then. I couldn't go to welfare. I just took a maternity leave from my job. He drained us out. And I pawned his slide guitar. I did 3 months for that. Automatically 3 months, because I pawned to feed my children. Then they apprehended my 3 boys then. And that was a fight, because he needed a break. I never seen him in that time. And I work for at the DCC courts right now. We see this every day. Young girl, almost a month ago, I get a call at 6:30 in the morning, 6:15. Bernie, you got to get over here to the Andy Livingston Park. I only live 5 blocks away, so I booked it over there. Young Native girl, sodomized and raped and beaten so bad, unrecognizable. They phoned the police. Even by the time I got there, the police still weren't there. She had 58 stitches from her vagina to her other part. 58 stitches inside and out. And when we brought her to the hospital, they had to perform, like that surgery right away. And she identified them to the police. Today, 6 of those guys are still on these streets yet. And we know who they are. And what I witness in these courts, and I think you said it, our women are really overrepresented in there. But what we're seeing more than anything is our young boys. We developed a really good relationship with a few of the judges here at the downtown courts now. We are asking, and now that the election is over, we are asking to meet with Nikki Sharma. We would like to bring down here the First Nations Healing Court, because that court is not working. We know it's not. We met with the elders from the New Westminster Healing Court. That works. Because what the judge said to us right off the bat, his name is Judge Doherty. What an amazing, he's the only one that I've ever heard him say, Bernie, we have to decolonize this. And I almost started crying. That's what we wanted to hear. He said, how are we going to do it? I said, well, here's one thing. You cannot have any reconciliation until you know the truth and start speaking that truth. And that was the key thing. I know what I went through. I know what I've lived. And I know why why I do this work is because I have lived experience. I've been shot at twice. I've been stabbed 3 times. And all because we try to protect ourselves. I've been thrown in 6 times in less than a year because of what I witnessed out there. They pulled up paddy wagons to throw my sister and myself in. They wanted to make a deal with me and say, if you comply with us, we'll let you go. And I said, no way in hell. I seen what I seen. Even through when we were with at the Robert Willie Pickton trial, women have come forward and say, heck, there used to be like a warehouse just over by where the Women's Center is. That used to be like a little gas station at one point. Then it was like an abandoned warehouse. These were where women were being taken to. And these police officers have never, ever been charged for anything, especially down here.
it goes unnoticed, or nobody wants to talk about it. And these young girls will not. They're scared to press charges now. They know that there's nothing that's going to be done. And these young women that are currently at Joliet, the women's prisons, thank God that Senator Odette, has a friend that works in there from Vancouver Island, that we were able to send them half a big thing of moose hide. Senator Odette went out and we got beads just to give them something that represented their culture and that, because that has been taken from them out there, not out here. They got a sweat lodge out here, and that was actually my goal, was to work in the women's prison and that, because I know what it was like. I know what it was like for me. And that was when Ocala was around. So that was quite different. And then they were going to ship me out to at the P4W after that. Over this minor. I thought because I was his wife that I would be able to go, but I got charged with theft over. And theft over, and then I got charged for actually pawning. That's what they nailed me with. And I've never, some of the women, that we see, on the streets who are doing, survival sex work, we always have to remind them, look out for this car 86 or car 87, because there's a social worker and there's a police officer in that vehicle. So when you're out there doing what you need, because a lot of these organizations, remember, they close at 5. This violence doesn't, have a time on it. And what we recognize with the work that I do with Summer and them is that from 11 o'clock to about 7 in the morning is the highest for any, crimes against women. And we don't get that justice. We don't. And because they always say, well, you probably ripped them off or you deserved it. They protect the Johns before they will ever protect these women is on these streets and that. But through the course, of the work that Michelle went to every one of these women at these women prisons, and I tell you, I have a lot of gratitude in my life. But when I think about these women that we can't even go visit them. They have no contacts with their own families. The one young girl said that she hasn't spoken to her family. She was charged a couple of years before Senator Odette had come in, and she's still doing time. They've got no contact with families out there. And language, like I said, is a barrier. And they're the women that people forget about. And thank God that it was Michelle that was the one that took that journey to go to these prisons, because nobody wanted to talk about the women who are incarcerated. They were the forgotten ones at the beginning of the national inquiry until Michelle was the one that, no, we need to talk about this. We need to go and see them. We need to understand. We need to know why. And how can we help them? That's all I want to say.
So as everyone in the panel have already mentioned it, Black, Indigenous, and women of color face a unique set of challenges shaped by the race, gender, and often other factors like class, sexual orientation, and disability. These barriers, both structural and interpersonal, affect their opportunities, well-being, and experiences in different areas of society.
So to explore this complex topic, I divided this discussion into 4 parts. The first one is which approach it will be better for our system, restorative justice as a solution or transformative approach to justice. So for them who are not familiar with these two legal terms, when we talk about restorative justice, we focus on repairing the harm caused by crime or wrongdoing rather than just punishing the offender. It emphasizes accountability, healing, and reconciliation for everyone involved, victim, offenders, and the community. And when we talk about transformative approach to justice, this actually goes beyond traditional methods like restorative justice. It focuses more in addressing the root causes of harm, inequality, and systemic injustice. It aims to create lasting social change rather than simple punishing individuals or providing short-term solutions. So I would like to ask to the panel, having said that, how can restorative justice help heal the trauma caused by criminalization, not just for individuals, for their communities as well? And what role does community-based support play in restorative justice, especially for marginalized women? Probably, Maya, can you answer?
So I think in my experience looking at the intergenerational impacts, I think transformation of the system is needed. Specifically, like right now we're supporting a woman who's facing theft under charges, and that's very much based in her family's experiences, and her mother was killed while incarcerated, and just seeing the circles and seeing how the effects have impacted her life and now her daughter's life as well. I don't think there can be change without entire transformation. I think within that, restorative justice does play an important role. As was mentioned before, a lot of the times when women are charged with self-defense, then programs for alternative measures or some sort of diversion, they are not eligible because it's labeled as intimate partner violence or a K-file. So I think sometimes the need for those programs to support, but then a bigger expansion of those programs to have a more holistic understanding of what goes in to the greater family dynamics, the greater interpersonal dynamics, beyond just what is given on the police report.
I guess I have been doing this for so long, right? Because when I hear that question, I have many thoughts, because based in this conversation, I think that in the case of indigenous, Black, and racialized women, it's not the wrongdoing what makes you a criminal, is who you are within the context of the structural systems that get to dictate who we are, right? So it's race, gender, if you are poor, if you have historical trauma, if you use substances, all of that gets criminalized. If you use self-defense because you cannot take it anymore, then you get criminalized. So I think that all these systems, as we know, work as they are supposed to work, that continue. Colonization happened more than 500 years ago, but all the tactics of colonization continue acting through the system. So I think that we can create different ways to provide justice to people, but I think we need to first go to the root problem, and the root problem is racism, misogyny. And I think that if we support people who are at the bottom to just heal from historical trauma, to provide the services that they need, if people respond to intimate partner violence, police respond in the way that they are supposed to respond, I think we can minimize the number of people, in this case, women who get arrested. But yeah, I don't know if there is a solution through the system. I think we need to continue supporting individuals, and we continue exposing things, right? And I just want to mention, I think you're familiar with the case of Vanessa Renteria, who was killed by RCMP in front of her daughter, right? So That happened in September, just recently. This is the other thing, media, how the media portrays women, because when we think about the missing and murdered indigenous women years ago, media was talking about, oh, they are prostitutes, they are drug addicts, right? And objectifying women. And it was the women's movement, like Bernie, everybody who mobilized and started exposing, these are mothers, they are daughters, they are human beings who are disappearing and they deserve justice, right? And then media started changing that a little bit, right? So when Vanessa was killed, how I found out was through the media. I saw that a Colombian black woman had been shot, and how media portrayed that was there was a disturbance in a family home, police had to enter, and they saved a child, and the woman was killed. That's all we knew, right? So then I started calling people in the community, and the first response is, yeah, well, it seems that she had weapons. It seems that they were trying to save the child. No one questioned what is the story. This is so strange, right? So then I started doing my investigation. That's what I always do. I never follow that story. And then through different sources, what I found out is that Vanessa had been in a shelter escaping from abuse. She was an amazing mother. Everybody, like 5, 6 people who got to meet her in person, they told me she was an amazing mother. She cared so much for her child. She had exposed that she was experiencing abuse. So when a woman is locking herself in a bathroom or a bedroom, what we know is that she's trying to protect herself from something that is happening. So then it seems that the husband is the one who called the police. And that was kind of similar to other cases I had before, right? When the police came, she was not provided with an interpreter. So it seems, I have so many questions, but through the investigation, it seems that the husband was the one translating for the police, right? So who knows what happened there, but police came and shot her. 3 shots is what the neighbors heard. 3 shots in front of her daughter. RCMP. They came there, they saw a black woman, and then she doesn't deserve to live, right? And the investigation is happening right now. We have many questions, but again, she was killed, and she could have been criminalized just because she is an immigrant woman, no English, black woman, right? So, yeah, it makes me angry because that happens recently, and the more I investigate about her background and everything that happened, she came escaping from persecution in her country, and she came here to be killed by RCMP. And we know the history of who RCMP is and how they were created, right? So, yeah, I don't know if we are going to find a solution.
I don't know. That's like a real difficult question for me. I went before a restorative justice up in Prince Rupert with my abuser, and instead of him getting charged, well, they figured that this was going to be a way to restore it. And I don't know if it. Anyways, I walked out. I had to walk out because this is our own laws in Hadigwai. I mean, heck, they would have killed him the old way. Heck, there is anything that's violence towards women or children or to anybody was a sign of death there. The only way for me to look at it, through, I don't want to say rose-colored glasses, but I don't know. I mean, myself, it's so beyond. When you've got over 6,000 women that have been murdered and missing, I mean, how is this going to, one was too many. But when it's over 6,000, where is the justice within this? I mean, I look at restorative justice, I look at, I don't know, because, when I look at the numbers that are going up, I remember when we were with the National Inquiry, I believe that the number had hit when the National Inquiry first started, and in that 2 years, they said it was almost hitting 200 women. That was the highest that it had hit ever nationally in this country. It was while the National Inquiry was on. So I don't know, because I just look, when that number keeps rising, how do you put this down as, it's very difficult to put words to it.
Thank you, everyone, for answering this question. I know that we are running out of time. Like, we can stay here for hours and hours talking about this topic. Actually, I was prepared like 20 questions, but but I know, I would like just to end this by thanking everyone on our panel and taking the time. No, thank you for taking the time today. And I think, to talk about criminalization of Black, Indigenous, and women of color is, of course, is a hard topic. It's really hard to talk about this, and it can take a lot of draining from our emotions, but I appreciate the time. I appreciate that we are doing this, and I'm really sorry with our next panel because I know we are beyond time, but thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your time. That's it. Thank you.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
1 in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
BWSS approach is proactively decolonial. We work from the understanding that if we want to understand violence against women, we must understand the role of colonization in the lives of women. Colonization both here in Canada and extending to all regions of Turtle Island, since 85% of the world's landmass has been colonized by a European power through which their ideologies and actions specifically enforce gender binary, subjugate women and girls to violence, and divide communities along race and class. BWSS is not a single-issue feminist organization. We work to redress social inequalities and social constructions that subjugate. BWSS responds to over 52,000 requests for service annually through our intake and crisis line. For 15 years, BWSS has run Indigenous women's programming, developed and delivered by and for Indigenous women. I want to start off by saying that we are in a state of crisis. Violence against Indigenous women, girls, trans femme, non-binary, and two-spirit people is the most pressing epidemic issue in Canada today. This is more pressing than the COVID-19, the overdose emergency. Indigenous women and girls in Canada have been murdered or have gone missing at a rate 4 times higher than their rate of representation in Canada. In fact, 24% of all homicide victims in Canada are Indigenous women and girls compared to non-Indigenous women and girls. Indigenous women and girls are 12 times more likely to be murdered or go missing and 8 times more likely to face abuse. This clearly shows the general response and attitude of the state, particularly the police and the justice system, to the murder and disappearances of our Indigenous peoples. The public attitude is to refer to the fact that Indigenous women and girls are willingly choosing a high-risk lifestyle and continue to blame the survivor and perpetrate the concept that our Indigenous people are to blame, that we're disposable and that our lives are not worth investigating, seeking answers, demanding justice, or holding abusers accountable. Thus, increased states' enforcement alone cannot and will not eliminate violence against Indigenous women and girls, because the ingrained structural violence is connected to the individual acts of male violence. Violence against Indigenous women has implications for all of us and reflects the history of violence and trauma of Indigenous people in Canada. Several generations of Indigenous people were impacted and continue to be impacted by colonization and related policies that erode cultural practices, violently suppressing language and religion, and dismantling and eliminating Indigenous families and communities. The historical context of violence and trauma has set Indigenous women and their communities onto trajectories of disadvantage and created social economic disparities that have persisted across generations. One of the most pervasive forms of violence against women in general is intimate partner violence. Intergenerational trauma is of particular importance to those seeking to understand Indigenous women's experiences. Intergenerational trauma resulting from colonization and the forceful erosion of culture and tradition is present in the lives of many Indigenous peoples. The enduring negative consequences of historical trauma, discrimination, and violence rooted in colonialism in Canada as a state, such as the Indian Act, 60 Scoop, and residential schools, only further influences Indigenous women's disproportionate risk of intimate partner violence. The experience of Indigenous women has impacted not only on them, but their families and communities that are at a significant and long-lasting. Indigenous women are more at risk of experiencing violence by a spouse, and in this context, more often experience forms of violence considered to be the most severe, for example, femicide or homicide, being sexually assaulted, beaten, or choked. In addition, Indigenous women continue to face structural and systemic realities that increase the risk of experiencing various forms of violence, including IPV. Systemic racism contributes to barriers that further prevent many Indigenous women from seeking help following violent or traumatic experiences, such as cultural barriers to accessing resources, inaccessibility of supports and services, and the long-standing mistrust of the police, the criminal justice system, family law system, and the child welfare systems. The barriers to accessing services disproportionately impact Indigenous women residing in remote communities or on reserves. The isolation and sense of loyalty or need to protect the community influence the availability of survivors to access services and housing. Many Indigenous women feel trapped by their abusers. Other elements that play into effect when supporting women in remote communities on the reserve is that there can be an increased risk to her safety, including the possibility of the abuser owning or having access to weapons, limited access to legal services, poverty, lack of confidentiality, of reports of abuse, lack of transportation or safe places to stay, and increased levels of isolation. It is important to recognize that the experience of Indigenous women who have experienced intimate partner violence needs to be centered in our work to be able to bring light to their unique concerns and experiences. Will they make an attempt to engage in what I call a colonial legal system at best, not built to support or protect Indigenous peoples, let alone Indigenous women and children? The reason I say this is because the colonial legal system has played an active part in the intentional destruction of Indigenous families and has yet to take any accountability or action to include Indigenous legal systems which operate in stark contrast to the colonial legal traditions and frameworks in which we all operate in and on every day. Indigenous women continue to be forced to live in the most dangerous intersections of gender and race. Indigenous peoples have become marked as inherently at risk of violence through the ongoing process of sexual colonization. By extension, their lands and territories have become marked as a way to violate our women and girls as well. Indigenous women are disproportionately affected by racialized violence in Canada due to both historic and ongoing gender discrimination and hatred. Canada's colonial legacy has forced Indigenous women and girls into dangerous and precarious social and economic conditions, which makes us more vulnerable to all forms of violence. This is a state of crisis. This is an all-national crisis that is yet to be addressed and or properly recognized by our colonial state. The colonial framework of family court proceedings and the child welfare application is harmful to Indigenous families in and of itself. This is a system that is imposed on Indigenous peoples. The colonial processes manifest by excluding Indigenous values and views. Often court processes are inaccessible, rely heavily on colonial ways of communicating information, and do not account for Indigenous teachings, practices, ways, or beliefs. These court processes are individualized and are deeply rooted in colonialism. In the history of forcibly removing Indigenous children from their families and communities, in most cases, never to return. One of my elders told me that pre-colonial Indigenous women did not have to worry about child custody and access. Indigenous women shaped the social structure and held decision-making powers. Every family member held important responsibilities in the well-being of children. And it was an honor and privilege to have such significant roles in our children's lives. In 20 years, I have not seen many Indigenous women choosing to involve the family court. This is because the legal system does not support them, particularly within the Indian Act and the on-reserve property and rights compounded with the history of racism, trauma, and lasting legacy of assimilation. Rather, the Canadian justice system implies or leaves the impression these outstanding concerns are being addressed elsewhere. In other words, the laws of Canada in relation to family law do not always function the same for Indigenous women and families because they are larger, ongoing ways that the law works to exclude Indigenous women. As I think I've made clear, there is a cultural divide between the value system of the Indigenous women and the laws relied upon in the FLA and CFCSA as it relates to parenting arrangements for children. Even legal language can be offensive to women. Having support and advocacy from someone who is knowledgeable and experienced in supporting Indigenous women who are Indigenous women is essential. Through the family court system, this can help both you and the Indigenous women you are supporting in managing the divide in the value system. Another area we have experienced significant difficulties with while supporting Indigenous women is the Family Homes on Reserve and Matrimonial Interests or Rights Act, passed by the federal government in 2013. It sets out a regime to govern the division of family property, the rights of parties to remain in the matrimonial home, and emergency protection orders for people living on reserve. Like provincial family law provisions dealing with the division of property, which applies to married and common law spouses, this legislation applies to both as well. The new law gives Indian bands authority to create their own rules for their property. When a band does so, it is in those rules that apply. This has affected Indigenous women who have supported in being able to gain protection orders and stay in the family home when it is not their band or reserve. Meaning women are forced to leave the home with their children and access the support of a transition house, thus having the band protect the abuser and allow him to remain in the band-owned home with little to no consequences for the community. As a lawyer or legal advocate, a small step you can do in making this process more reflective of Indigenous culture is to ensure that the women you support have access to such a simple thing as an eagle feather during their court proceedings, to seek permission from the court that they may swear their testimony while holding that eagle feather versus the Bible before she begins to testify. The eagle feather symbolizes the direct connection to the Creator for Indigenous people, and I hold it in the spirit of the truth. There does not appear to be any precedent in family court for smudging in place of swearing or affirming to tell the truth, but if this is what the women you are supporting would like to do, you or perhaps your assistance from an Indigenous legal advocate would help be able to apply the family law systems and the CSA systems more appropriately for Indigenous women. This would also require that you would need to find an elder who is willing there to be her support. So how do you decolonialize something so colonial, entrenched as Canada's family law and child welfare systems? You start with the needs of the child. Indigenous children need continuous support from extended family, which include their clan family, teachers, elders, and spiritual leaders, not just their two biological parents. Elders, medicine people, and traditional healers must be given the same legitimacy in family court and CFCSA proceedings as mainstream psychologists and social workers. The role of traditional teachings must be acknowledged and recognized in custody and access situations. Many women do not disclose abuse to authorities because they don't want to have to leave their communities and possibly their children go into the child welfare system. I think there are ways to use the idea of the Gladue report for Indigenous women in FLA and CFCSA matters when determining the best interests of the child. Many women are more afraid of child protection authorities than they are of their abuser. There has to be reassurance and process that supports Indigenous women who report IPV that does not punish them with the threat of child apprehension. Families cannot afford extended legal battles. There needs to be access to funds for Indigenous women when taking on non-Indigenous men in the FLA system. Education and training for lawyers, judges, and other court officials about Indigenous cultures, traditions, and values, residential schools, 60 Scoops, and the intergenerational trauma that affects all of us. An understanding of the family court system that there are many distinct Indigenous cultures, not just one. Immediate implementation of the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, which notes a number of suggestions to assist survivors of violence navigate legal systems, in particular found at pages 159 and 160. Indigenous legal advocates to help orient survivors and families within the legal system and to accompany survivors when giving statements or testimony. Information kits for survivors and family with resources, service directories, and orientation to the legal system. Support for elders or family members to accompany survivors when giving statements or testimony. If women are properly supported, they can give a better testimony. Increased cultural and spiritual supports for survivors, including during court proceedings. Interpreters for Indigenous languages, language speakers, as well as to help survivors and families understand legal terminology. Community-based space for access to justice, access to legal counsel, and spaces where survivors may feel more comfortable, such as an Indigenous Friendship Center. Increased victim support services in remote communities. Increased support services, especially for survivors of family violence, including safe house, financial aid, transportation to flee unsafe circumstances, and legal advice for the environment, for the enforcement of emergency protection orders. Despite the limitations of the FLA, lawyers and advocates can and should be prepared to bring arguments and bring forward information about cultural practices and request accommodations. The FLA does not reference a child's Indigenous identity, but positions the maintenance of this identity as a responsibility that can be allocated between the child's parents. Indigenous identity is not a factor that the court is required to consider when determining the overarching best interest of the child under Section 37 of the FLA. There needs to be a movement to change this and make it a requirement in all FLA matters. It is impossible to ignore the connection between colonization of Indigenous people's bodies, particularly the bodies of Indigenous women and girls, trans femme, non-binary, two-spirit people, and the destruction of Indigenous lands. This is clearly not metaphorical as many would like to believe. Indigenous people know and are sharing that there is an ugly connection between patriarchy's disregard for nature, Indigenous peoples and women, and the colonial patriarchal minds that seek to control and dominate. In fact, this is proven by the fact that Indigenous women and girls are going missing and being murdered right here and across the country. Violence against Indigenous girls is not an aberration, rather it is a continuation of this disruption of our matriarchal systems to interfere with and destroy women's power, roles, and agencies through colonial gendered violence that targets Indigenous girls with near impunity since contact. Indigenous cultural sensitivity, aware trauma-informed practices requires you to have a deep understanding of the lasting impacts of colonization and the intergenerational trauma on Indigenous women and their children. To be self-aware and recognize your own privilege, bias, and judgments before supporting or advocating for Indigenous women who have experienced trauma. Advocating on family law or CFCSA matters for Indigenous women will require courage, understanding, respect, and including culturally relevant supports. Most recently, I was able to put this into practice in an FLA Supreme Court matter in which Madam Justice Sharma entertained multiple requests for accommodations such as screens for witness testimony, sheriff present in the room at all times, the claimant leaving and entering the room first at all times, and ultimately requesting the respondent to participate in the duration of the 10-day FLA trial from a separate room via MS Teams to ensure the ability for the claimant to fully participate in her claim. All elements that at first the lawyer was unsure if or how to ask for, but once presented with the options and arguments and the benefit to the woman, proceeded with the applications, in which case Justice Sharma granted all requests. And you can find her written judgment from September 2023, which will guide you in how to ask these things for your survivors. Our Indigenous girls are grossly overrepresented in the child welfare system, in foster homes, group homes, shelters, SROs, and on the streets. Indigenous women and girls are classified as high risk or living a high risk lifestyle, yet the only true high risk lifestyle any one of us lived or lives is that of being a girl or woman, and that of being an Indigenous girl or woman. Today, there are more than 3 times the number of Indigenous children forcibly removed from their parents and homelands and put into the foster care system than at the highest point of the residential schools or Indian day school era. There is undoubtedly a stark connection between the Ministry of Child and Family Development and the violence Indigenous girls experience. Indigenous girls in the care of the Ministry of Child and Family Development are 4 times more likely to be victims of sexual violence than non-Indigenous girls, and that over 60% of children and youth who report sexual violence in government care are Indigenous girls. Young people who are or who are just leaving MCFD care die at a rate 5 times of the general population of young people in BC. In 2016, 120 Indigenous youth lost their life while in or receiving services from the Ministry of Child and Family Development. Reviews such as Paige's story or the attention brought only after discovering the body of 13-year-old Noelle Osoup just highlights how too often Indigenous children, particularly Indigenous girls, are lost within the system. More recently, there is an interesting case review released in JW versus British Columbia Ministry of Child and Family Community Services, which ultimately makes a ruling to protect the Indigenous culture of 3 Indigenous children, but only after the system placed 3 Indigenous children in harm for years. Most likely in a white family with a pastor who has controversial views of Indigenous people, particularly Indigenous children, in which they were concerned of physical abuse, possible sexual abuse, a denial of their culture, homeschooling in a religious context, missionary trips overseas, etc. Ultimately, with the insistence of the band and a switching of the delegated agency, they found grounds to remove the children from the permanent foster placement they were in for years, and all of a sudden, an extended family placement in their home community became available, where the children were moved to. After the foster parents attended on reserve multiple times, forcing the band to put a ban in place and involve the RCMP, after the foster parents disclosed sensitive, protected information about the foster children to their congregation and 79 letters of support came in, and after the foster parents created an FLA application for visitation, did a judge rule against visitation application. The petitions were dismissed, and the delegated agency was awarded cost. I think most would see this ruling as a positive outcome and a win, but for me, all that stands out is how these Indigenous children were failed repeatedly for years. Our system has to change. Our judges, justices, lawyers, and legal advocates have to change. Our women and children will continue to be lost within this system. I live each of my days in honor of every one of my beautiful women warriors that has lost her life because of gender-based violence. I am no longer silent. I have found my voice and I stand in resistance. I can't stop because the lives of every one of my warrior sisters out on the front lines matters. The safety, freedom, and lives of every woman and girls matters. So that moves us into our afternoon, in which we're going to be talking about the state's involvement, the state in particular, the child welfare system, policing in schools, with the overrepresentation of Indigenous girls and youth of color within that system. So those of you who are on the next panel, if you could head up to me, that would be fabulous. And we will be back with you in 5 minutes.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
1 in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a world view which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
Oh, okay. Is that working? Everyone can hear me? Okay, fabulous. I think it keeps cutting out. Hello? Hello? Okay. Like this?
Check 1, 2.
Okay. Hello? I can just pass it. Okay, thank you. Okay, there we go. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for making it to the final discussion of the day. I know it's been a difficult day with some heavy topics, so I'm very grateful to everybody for sticking it with us. Okay, so I'm just going to ask everybody to do a very quick introduction, a brief introduction of who you are and where you've come from in your experience today, if that's okay. Just super brief. We'll start at this end.
Okay, I'll start us off. My name is Adina Popescu. I'm the Manager of Family Law Advice Services at Legal Aid BC. I oversee the Family Duty Council Family Law Line services that we have through Legal Aid BC. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Melanie Mark. I'm Niskin, Kitsan, Cree, and Ojibwe. I think I've worn the title of advocate all of my life. Most recently as an MLA and cabinet minister, seeing Faye Blaney come in here, spent a lot of time in the community with Save the Children Canada, working with Terry Kingsley, Native court worker, and just I think being in the community, so advocate with a capital A. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Dawn Johnson. I'm Cree and Dene and mixed European. I'm a member of the Athabasca First Nation in Treaty 8 territory. I like the term advocate. I'm a board member with BWSS, currently work as a lawyer, but have had a background in a variety of advocacy roles throughout my life and my career. So I'll leave it there.
Hi, my name is Kate Feeney. I am an uninvited settler here of mixed European descent, and I'm a lawyer at West Coast Leaf, a gender equality organization. Some of the work that we've been doing has been supporting an advocacy coalition called the Family Wellbeing Coalition. It's made up of advocates and people with lived experience, and we are working on systemic advocacy projects in relation to the family policing system or the child welfare system.
Hi, I'm Tracy McIntosh. I wanted to say I'm grateful for BWSS inviting me here to speak, and also grateful to be on the unceded traditional territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish First Nations. Oh, sorry, Musqueam. I guess my background is in both women's equality, women and girls equality, and anti-violence organizations, as well as in educational settings, most recently in alternative education with teen moms. So, which brings me here. Honored to be here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dia. I am also a family law lawyer here in Vancouver. I've been a lawyer for about 15 years, and my advocacy is very much informed by my previous life. I was born and raised in a high control, patriarchal organization called the Children of God. It was a cult. I think it might still exist, but I escaped when I was 24. And since that time, I have been looking for ways to advocate for people, especially women who are very vulnerable in communities like the one I grew up with, but also in our society.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak and to share the panels the whole day today. Just such amazing, beautiful people sharing their ideas. My name is Wendy Mendez. I am originally from Guatemala. I moved here as a refugee in the late 80s. Since then, I have become the co-founder of an organization in Guatemala called Hijos, which means Sons and Daughters of the Disappeared. Since then, it has become a international network touching on memory, truth, and justice around forced disappearances. I am a petitioner before the Inter-American Human Rights Court with a case known as the Military Diary, and I'm also a plaintiff in the national courts in Guatemala in that same case. I just recently joined BWSS as a women's support worker. I'm just very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. So we have a wonderful mix of lawyers and advocates. So I'm hoping we can get a lively discussion about intimate partner violence and the child welfare system, and how we can combat maybe the fact that the state is failing its children. So in British Columbia, the Ministry of Child Family Development is responsible for the safety and well-being of children and families. Children who live with intimate partner violence in the home have been called the silent victims. Early exposure to intimate partner violence has proven to have numerous harmful effects on children, including poor emotion regulation, academic difficulties, and other high-risk behaviors, such as being more susceptible to substance abuse and more likely to experience IPV in their own romantic relationships.
So the legislation that governs the actions of MCFD is the Child Family Community Service Act, or CFCSA. So, Section 13 of the CFCSA outlines the circumstances in which a child must be protected by the ministry. In 2016, this section was amended to include if the child is emotionally harmed by living in a situation where there is domestic violence by or towards a person with whom the child resides. And so I'm wondering if the panelists believe that the inclusion of domestic violence in this section has maybe helped or has hindered the work of MCFD in supporting children who have been exposed to IPV, and what, from your experience, you've seen. Thank you. Does anybody want to jump in? Yeah, thanks.
So I'll start by saying that I was with the representative for children and youth for 8 years when the office opened under Mary Ellen Trapella-Fond, and before that it was with the Attorney General's office. And I kind of share that perspective because there was a time that the Child and Youth Officer was attached to government, and then we had an independent office of the legislature established, which I think was a really critical office to exist for children and families, to be an oversight. So I was at the table when the intention of creating these legislative changes came into effect. But on the other side of my life, after being in politics and working like the front line up to being a cabinet minister, there just aren't enough resources attached to the intention of the office. So laws, I always said as an advocate, like law trumps policy, but policy is interpreted at the front line, and without training and resources to know what to look for and actually practice the good policy, it's lip service. So I think the intentions are good. I think the laws, I was around at the time when they did the review with the Lee family, and, we were bringing to light domestic violence. But, Mary Ellen Trapella-Fond making the news and bringing awareness without action and implementation from government for the recommendations in the report, that's what I mean by lip service. I think there's a lot of really, really, really good recommendations, but not enough resources at the political table to implement what is being asked for to make it practicable. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that question immediately when I hear helped or hindered the work of MCFD in supporting children who've experienced IPV. I mean, what I've seen in my experience throughout my career and life previous to that, I think something else that I would add is I'm also a survivor of intimate partner violence, personally and intergenerationally, and so bring that perspective and that lens as well. But one of the things that I've seen through that inclusion, both in the CFCSA and in the federal act applying to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, is it is assisted in policing of families, and I think that there's others that can probably speak to this a little bit more. Echoing what Melanie had said, that the intent was good, but what has actually happened on the ground looks much different. So when we see things like this included in law and in policy without adequate resources, including training and trauma-informed practice and resources to organizations that are doing this work, is that it adds to the over-policing of families that are dealing with IPV, and the lack of resources and support on the ground immediately, those directed interventions and supports, not only to the parents, but then to the children as well, which has all kinds of ripple effects. So maybe just leave it there.
Yeah, maybe I'll pick up on that piece about policing, because as I was saying, West Coast Leave has been doing a lot of work in relation to the child welfare system, and picking up on abolitionist perspectives from the states and Indigenous guidance. We have started to call this system the family policing system, and that's in recognition of the coercion, including coerced consent, the policing and surveillance and control that seem to go hand in hand with this system. So I think like the questions that are coming up for us is, does it make sense as a response to intimate partner violence to increase state intervention that we know, comes with this surveillance and control, or would a more effective response be grounded in community and building up community-based supports and services? Because what surveillance and control does is, it shifts the onus onto the individual survivor or woman to protect the children, and monitors that person to make sure that they're complying. And a lot of people might not even want to seek out that support because they're so fearful of the system, I think, as Summer said, or they're not going to seek out supports in the community because they're worried that they're going to get reported to MCFD. So, could we shrink the size of this state and build up the community and create like mandatory supporting rather than reporting? These are some of the questions that we're thinking about.
Yeah, I'm not coming from knowing a lot about the legal ramifications of it, but I can guarantee that the young people on the ground that we work with fear being punished for coming forward and asking for help, whether it's even just for a support file, not let alone if there's any violence in the home that they're experiencing. And I can guarantee that a lot of the young women that we support, that's a lot of what they're experiencing. And so there's a huge mistrust of any service, and it takes a lot to gain their trust, even within our small program. So them having to go out and reach out and say that they're actually living in a situation which is violent, they're already fearful of their children being taken away, and it just won't happen. They don't reach out for support if they're going to be punished for doing so.
Just anecdotally, twice this month I have had court appearances that were first court appearances where both parties appear remotely on the video and the judge is just trying to get a general sense of what the issues are. And this is anecdotal, but it happened to me twice this month. So twice I let the judge know that my client was going to be bringing up intimate partner violence issues in this case. And in both of these court cases I had this month where I told the judge in front of the other party and their lawyer that intimate partner violence was going to be an issue, the men who were being accused of this violence became very defensive and aggressive and emotional during the court proceeding, which had the effect of making my client want to pull back right away because of that triggering effect. And in one case, we were not even able to continue. The man became so violent and aggressive during this first court appearance. And in the other case, it greatly stymied my client and what she was willing to say in front of the judge. We have an issue with judges not wanting to hear about violence because it's icky to them and they don't want to have to deal with it. That is a systemic issue that goes right to the root of our common law system of justice, including the idea of due process of law, which is that if you are accused of something, you can face your accuser and face the accusations. The system that we have set up to hear grievances causes further abuse and triggering to people who have been abused and triggered.
Hi, so it's like I don't know if I can add too much to what everybody said. There were very good comments, and it's like from their experience, which is much more extensive than mine, I think. But it's like I can. It's like when I did practice family law and child protection when I was in private practice, and I do remember it's like for my clients that were involved with the child protection system, sometimes it's hard for them to to even admit to me as their lawyer, even though they know that I can't disclose that there is intimate partner violence, because that's just another reason, another negative that the ministry and MCFD can put on their record, can use to remove their children. So I know there was always that fear. It's like kind of one more thing that can be held against them. So instead of them feeling supported by the ministry, they felt as they were just further victimized. It's like they were becoming not the victim, it's like, or a survivor, but it's like, but they were becoming somebody who was blamed for the behavior of somebody else that was abusing them.
Thank you for your answers. They were really informative. And I think what your answers have done is confirmed some of my reading, because one study revealed some worrying statistics that whilst there is an increase in investigations from MCFD for maltreatment in the form of IPV, there isn't a corresponding increase in the amount of ongoing services being provided. So I think that speaks to the lip service that you were talking about in terms of the initial stage and maybe following the legislation, but then what's being acted upon that really supports these children. And I wonder if anybody has any experience or has any thoughts on how well MCFD collaborates with other agencies, such as law enforcement, healthcare, or community-based support workers. Maybe there's some gaps there that can help with the ongoing supports that may be required by families.
Yes. This one? Okay. I want to mention something as you're speaking around, if there's any success in those interagencies. Something that I've found is the opposite of that. And I think that in some cases that I've seen, first of all, just the way that MCFD will interview families is like very scary. Right? It almost reminds me of the way that intelligence officers would interview someone in terms of trying to find out who did what and who are we going to say is the person that's responsible. So even just from the first contact with people from NCFD, there's already, that uneasiness and that like fear of, oh my God, even just the way they're interviewing me. The way that I was asked to sit in the middle and one person here, the other one there, as one takes note and the other one answers, like just from that first interaction really provokes a lot of fear, right? In terms of, oh my gosh, I guess this is a different type of conversation, right? I'm not on the winning end of that, even though I'm the mother, or I'm the one that wants to make sure that my kids are okay. And the other element that also brings to mind is when they have offered counseling services, for example, particularly to the children or the young people. There's always that possibility of not meeting with a psychologist, but meeting straight with a psychiatrist. So there's I feel like there's this agenda already saying, push, like a drug pusher, like push this medicine or this and that so that the child will be calmer because of the nerves, because they have all the different diagnoses that they say that our children have that have to do with their mental health, and not just for the children, but also for the mothers. And so, at which point, maybe there's people that do need that, let's say, right, that they do need that special care of those types of medicines. And to deal with a psychiatrist, but it seems that it's just another way of pushing, the pharmaceutical agenda, right? And saying that we all need to kind of be half asleep through all of this, or kind of dissociated from the experience and not actually dealing with it. And the only times that I've seen it become successful is when there's that other agency that you're speaking about belongs to the grassroots, that belongs to the communities themselves, particularly those that are focused on the matriarch, the ancestral traditional ways of healing they're present, and they are the ones that are saying this has to be done, that has to be done. There's other families involved, there's a process, right? We got to go at a different rhythm, not necessarily the one that MCFDs normally would set out. Like their protocol is not necessarily the community's protocol. And I think the community's protocol to deal with these things should be the one that's respected and recovered to deal with these cases.
So I just want to give some lenses that I've had in my former life. I was a summer student with the RCMP up in Hazleton, so I got to supervise children at depot because we had to wait for social workers after removing them from domestic violence situations. And I wanted to share that because I think some of the questions that are triggering for me is I was writing notes that the Section 70 there's a rights discourse, and it's because of the way we look at one right trumping another right without seeing the totality of the rights. And I don't want to name, because all of us have someone, maybe, I don't want to assume, that I've been impacted. I'll share a lady that I used to babysit for, and just thinking about coming here today, I used to babysit for her while she went to play bingo because she was trying to get out of poverty, and we lived in the projects. And there was no food in the fridge. And, going to school, and I think I was 13, and her son was like, Melanie, my mom's dead. For some of this was just part of growing up. People die. People die because of poverty. They're stuck in shitty relationships, but it's baby's daddy and you don't have a choice to leave. And so I think I wanted to qualify that by saying it is not easy. It's not easy to stay, it's not easy to get out, it's not easy to look at one thing or the other, and having that informed outlook. And trust me, I had a social worker who dealt with our family, who treated my mom like absolute shit, and then I became the child and youth advocate, and now the power changed. Now the power shifted. Now the child and youth advocate got to hold the social worker accountable. And so power is the other piece that I'm saying in here, talking real about when you have that power, no one oversees the 8 years of stories that I heard, social workers coming in and being I have more power than God to parents, and then saying you want to fight me, and thinking of myself and how much I'd fight. I'd be I'm not in politics anymore, let's fucking go. But that imbalance, you'll never see your kid again. And then thinking about those of us that have a better understanding now about what happened to our residential school survivors or grandparents, how real and raw some of this is. So I just wanted to kind of bring it up a notch that this is very traumatizing for some of us who have fought the system with our big mouths and our advocacy, because that system, that power imbalance, I worked with all male dudes that talked about, look at these dirty fucking Indians, breeding like squaws. And I'm you guys are the cops? You're the justice system? I didn't become a police officer because I had too big of a mouth to stay in that working culture. Even though I'm hoping this is making sense, I'm seeing people's reflection look like it is not easy working within systems, being the good guy or the bad guy. And going back to social workers, there's amazing social workers out there. So I really want to qualify that. But that rights discourse to take someone from their home because of poverty, or you're taking them because mom is staying there for way more complex reasons than it looks like, we've just got to shift the dial. And why you're hearing the emotion in my voice is I've sat at so many tables now that I just don't think people comprehend how complex it is. And we talk about holistic, but if you don't see and I'm like, my leg's shaky because I just think of Section 70, like you have to look at those rights as complementary and not as a discourse. And I hope that's resonating from various lenses that I've had, because that power struggle that I'm also gonna share is like, if you're a survivor who's witnessed some of this, it's also not easy to be the kid. And sometimes we don't talk about that in a way as though it's like, so whose rights matter? Mom, like, do you love your mom? But it's also like, I could have lived a life without witnessing violence. And that's why I was an advocate for kids, because in this discourse, some people have mobility to get away. Some people have more resources and power in their rights to self-determine their course. But when you're a kid, and I saw so many of those kids, that it is just not as easy. And I wanted to kind of qualify the complexity of some of the systemic layers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. It really brings us back to the crucial issues, to hear about the real life stories rather than us just chatting about it. So thank you very much. Did you want to add something? No? Okay. So earlier this year, the representative for Children and Youth released Don't Look Away, an investigation following the death of Colby, an 11-year-old boy from a rural Indigenous community. Following a campaign of abuse, Colby was killed by the adult MCFD had placed Colby with to protect him after he was removed from his mother's care multiple times. Colby's mum's relationship with his dad was characterized by violence, as was her subsequent relationship. The report exposed multiple MCFD failings, and whilst MCFD attributed the failings to a handful of workers who had not properly followed procedures, the report revealed a scale of systemic problems far bigger than a handful of bad apples. In the report, IPV is identified as a factor that must be addressed if systems of care are to ensure child well-being. And the first key missed opportunity in Colby's case was responding to the IPV and his family. My question is, in your work, have you seen cases where early intimate partner violence intervention could have better served children experiencing violence in the home?
So maybe when I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question as well. Definitely early interventions with IPV
partner violence intervention could have better served children experiencing violence in the home.
And like some of the people that I'm working with is, should that response be coming from the state? So maybe when I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question as well. Definitely early interventions with IPV
partner violence intervention could have better served children experiencing violence in the home.
And like some of the people that I'm working with is, should that response be coming from the state? So maybe when I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question as well. Definitely early interventions with IPV
partner violence intervention could have better served children experiencing violence in the home.
And like some of the people that I'm working with is, should that response be coming from the state? So maybe when I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question as well. Definitely early interventions with IPV
partner violence intervention could have better served children experiencing violence in the home.
And like some of the people that I'm working with is, should that response be coming from the state? So maybe when I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question as well. Definitely early interventions with IPV
partner violence intervention could have better served children experiencing violence in the home.
And like some of the people that I'm working with is, should that response be coming from the state?
So maybe when I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question as well. Definitely early interventions with
partner violence intervention could have better served children experiencing violence in
and like some of the people that I'm working with is, should that response be coming from the state? So maybe when I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question as well. Definitely early interventions that I've
partner violence intervention could have better served children experiencing violence in
and like some of the people that I'm working with is, should that response be coming from the state? So maybe when I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question.
And they all stand behind the law, and therefore it's like, oh no, I didn't see all the flags on that system, or that system, or that system. And sometimes those flags cut both ways. Now you're flagged on the system, or you're missed because you weren't flagged on the system. And those silos.
Maybe when I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question.
And they all stand behind the law, and therefore it's like, oh no, I didn't see all the flags on that system, or that system, or that system. And sometimes those flags cut both ways. Now you're flagged on the system, or you're missed because you weren't flagged on the system. And those silos.
Maybe when I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question.
And they all stand behind the law, and therefore it's like, oh no, I didn't see all the flags on that system, or that system, or that system. And sometimes those flags cut both ways. Now you're flagged on the system, or you're missed because you weren't flagged on the system. And those silos.
Maybe when I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question.
And they all stand behind the law, and therefore it's like, oh no, I didn't see all the flags on that system, or that system, or that system. And sometimes those flags cut both ways. Now you're flagged on the system, or you're missed because you weren't flagged on the system. And those silos.
Maybe when I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question.
And they all stand behind the law, and therefore it's like, oh no, I didn't see all the flags on that system, or that system, or that system. And sometimes those flags cut both ways. Now you're flagged on the system, or you're missed because you weren't flagged on the system. And those silos.
When I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question.
And they all stand behind the law, and therefore it's like, oh no, I didn't see all the flags on that system, or that system, or that system. And sometimes those flags cut both ways. Now you're flagged on the system, or you're missed because you weren't flagged on the system. And those silos.
When I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question.
And they all stand behind the law, and therefore it's like, oh no, I didn't see all the flags on that system, or that system, or that system. And sometimes those flags cut both ways. Now you're flagged on the system, or you're missed because you weren't flagged on the system. And those silos.
When I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question.
And they all stand behind the law, and therefore it's like, oh no, I didn't see all the flags on that system, or that system, or that system. And sometimes those flags cut both ways. Now you're flagged on the system, or you're missed because you weren't flagged on the system. And those silos.
When I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question.
And they all stand behind the law, and therefore it's like, oh no, I didn't see all the flags on that system, or that system, or that system. And sometimes those flags cut both ways. Now you're flagged on the system, or you're missed because you weren't flagged on the system. And those silos.
When I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question.
And they all stand behind the law, and therefore it's like, oh no, I didn't see all the flags on that system, or that system, or that system. And sometimes those flags cut both ways. Now you're flagged on the system, or you're missed because you weren't flagged on the system. And those silos.
When I answer this question, there are like a couple of things that I think will relate to the previous question.
And they all stand behind the law, and therefore it's like, oh no, I didn't see all the flags on that system, or that system, or that system. And sometimes those flags cut both ways. Now you're flagged on the or you're missed because you weren't flagged enough before. And those files answer this question. There are like a couple of things that I found out previous, and they all stand behind the law. Oh no, I didn't feel flagged on that system or that system or that system. And sometimes those flags are going away. Now you're flagged or you're missed because you weren't flagged enough before. And those files answer this question. There are like a couple of things that I found out previous, and they all stand behind the law. Oh no, I didn't feel flagged on that system or that system or that system. And sometimes those flags are going away. Now you're flagged or you're missed because you weren't flagged enough before. And those files answer this question. There are like a couple of things that I found out previous, and they all stand behind the law. Oh no, I didn't feel flagged on that system or that system or that system. And sometimes those flags are going away. Now you're flagged or you're missed because you weren't flagged enough before. And those files.
You can imagine in 2024, we now have judges that take family violence very seriously. Just kidding. They still do not. We cannot legislate righteousness. I think that what we need is representation. We need more people of color. We need more people from diverse backgrounds entering positions of power. Power is everything. And if we don't have power, the people that do have power are going to use it to their own nefarious ends. This is not a time for great optimism in our society. But one thing that makes me optimistic is that the women who came before me had even less opportunity than I have, and they fought for the rights that I enjoy today. And so the only thing that gets me out of bed in the morning to keep fighting this fight, even though it feels pretty Sisyphean, who is the guy that kept putting the boulder up the hill and then every night the boulder would fall back down? It was in Greek mythology, Sisyphus or something. Yes, that's what it feels like. But I'm not going to give up. And I think if we have more people, especially women and people of color, who are willing to toss their hats into the ring for positions of power, we can slowly take back or take the system. It's not a very satisfying answer, but it's my personal philosophy at this time.
Yes, I definitely think there's still a lack of understanding out there. It's like not just with judges, but lawyers and even sometimes social workers in terms of family violence and how it manifests. I practice both family law and child protection, and I would see it in my practice that sometimes it's like if I had a family file, and there was an issue with intimate partner violence, the ministry would refuse to get involved because they'd say it's like that's a custody issue, so it's like it's not a child protection issue. So it's almost like sometimes they look at it as an argument under the Family Law Act, and it's like it's not something that's taken as seriously. And I think that's the problem. Is like with some types of violence, especially, it's like we look at emotional violence and psychological abuse. It's very hard to prove in our courts of law. So it's like it leads to people being reluctant to bring it up because then they open themselves to allegations that they're not being honest and they're trying to alienate the child from the other parent as well. So it's like I think that's a significant concern that I've seen, especially when the Family Law Act and the child protection system interact.
Change family law. We need to change the Family Law Act. Like it is, the fact that CFCSA and FLA are separated and siloed it goes back to the rights discourse. And sorry if I'm so cynical, but children don't vote. So let's not forget that. If children could vote, their rights would be protected, but they don't vote, right? So they rely on us to vote. And then I meet people that are like, I don't care about politics, I'm not gonna vote. We need to vote. That's how you change laws, and that's how you change policies. Sorry, it all kind of links together. And then the FLA is changed by people that don't have children or have never experienced the silos that you're talking about. We do like, hey, we're gonna do this big review in the province. We want recommendations from people. We're gonna have like 2,000 recommendations that don't get implemented. Sorry to sound really cynical here, but that's how laws change. Laws change by lobbying, coming together and saying like the FLA, and I couldn't say it in politics. I'm not in politics anymore. There is not enough advocacy for people to say FLA needs to change. There's not enough resources for family law lawyers. Like that interface that you're talking about, is this a child protection issue? Is it? It's criminal what is happening to children and families in Canada because of the way the law has stayed behind and the benches of power. You can't take on judges because they've got more power than the mafia. Sorry, like that judicial activism has to come from, so I personally went to court and I had a judge being like, I didn't look at the file. Don't you have a duty to look at the file? Isn't that your job? But you can't go out and hold these systems accountable because there's Teflon behind the benches of power. So I know this all sounds really doom and gloom, but you can actually change things by lobbying and coordinating and fighting, and kids really need us to take on, I don't know, every time I make a wish that I'm gonna win the lottery, it's because I'm gonna get some kick-ass lawyers and we're gonna take on the system. And like Cindy Block, sorry, I don't mean to ramble here, but you really need to take a class action lawsuit against what's happened to children in this province right now under FLA and CFSC. I'm not running for politics, by the way.
I think there's a difference between social workers being willing to investigate intimate partner violence and adequate supports being provided to survivors of intimate partner violence. Going back to what's been said on this panel already around resources and this advocacy that there is more supports and resources in place for social workers to be investigating and to be doing that work through MCFD or delegated agencies. I don't think that that's the answer or the response. I think that there's a bit of a disconnect. I mean, it's seen as a protection issue, and that's something that children are removed for. So there's this fear coming from those that are experiencing intimate partner violence in speaking to it, in seeking out supports and resources, in feeling the space, the safety to actually be open and honest and vulnerable about what's occurring. Because the reality is that often it is a protection response that's taken, which results in a removal. And there's all types of things that happen from that place forward. And so, I mean, I don't know that a lot of social workers necessarily do hesitate in investigating. The supports aren't necessarily being provided because it's not being looked at as a prevention need, as early intervention and prevention, and something that needs to be coming, that is better placed and situated within community rather than within MCFD and those systems. And a lack of resources that are being provided into community to be able to provide those types of responses. I think going back to the earlier question around how well does MCFD collaborate with other agencies, I think MCFD can do a really great job in collaborating with other agencies that align with systems of compliance. So when there's compliance, other systems are aligned with that value system, that belief of some type of forced compliance, whether it's on the parent who's experiencing intimate partner violence, or medical compliance with that individual and children. I mean, I agree. I think that there is an overuse of certain medications with children who become involved in the child welfare system and with their parents. And so I think that those responses are better situated within community, and those resources are better situated within community. And we might see an increased uptake in supports being provided and resources and access to those supports if they're happening from the community level, if it's grassroots rather than from these systems of forced compliance.
I just want to second that and say that definitely the young people I've worked with are more likely to reach out for support and stick with that support if it's an independent women's focused organization or Indigenous led organization. That's across the board, absolutely. Those should be funded more, and especially age specific ones for the younger people.
Thank you. So, Colby's story from Don't Look Away it's not an outlier when it comes to Indigenous children being let down by the welfare system. Indigenous children are grossly overrepresented in the system, and taking a rights view, I'm wondering how you think MCFD has implemented UNDRIP into its policies and practices, if at all, or to what extent?
I mean, back to lip service, I think MCFD can talk a good talk about implementing UNDRIP and make some legislative changes, but ultimately it's cosmetic. And the only way we're going to really implement UNDRIP is by transferring jurisdiction back to Indigenous nations so that they can govern their systems of care for children and families and communities.
Yeah, I think that's a really tough question. Would love to research more about it or that, but one thing that keeps on coming up for me whenever I'm continuing to hear and know people, family or in my own family, and that around how the overrepresentation of Indigenous children and youth in care, and how that, I can't help but it just keeps on popping into my mind around how one of the ways to prove or characteristics that there has been genocide is that the children are removed from their community and their culture and their identity and transferred to another area, either location, another culture, another set of values. And I can't help but think that this is exactly what is happening. Further than, was there intimate partner violence? And I'm sorry if I'm starting to get a bit emotional because I know that there are people here that are survivors of all of this, and I don't want to sound like I'm, telling a story that's not mine, but this is what I see as a survivor of the genocide in Guatemala. The way that children would be removed if through different mechanisms, through different stories, and then placed in another family, in another community, in another culture, in another set of values. And that in itself is a way of genocide. And so, because it is such a serious thing that is happening and continues to happen, the answers to that have to be just as big, like just as huge, just as serious. And I can't help but feel, a little bit like frustrated with that because, I don't know where to start. Where do we start? Because it's true that, this violence, all of these things are happening, let's say, in a certain family, intimate partner violence, and that the children should not be, obviously, hopefully they'll be safe from that, as well as the mothers. But it's like a bigger issue than that because there's so many families that are living the same experience, isolated, from other families that are also going through the same thing. And then we begin to notice that this is something that is systematic, not just in BC, like in a lot of places. And so I think it is important to pay attention to that and to maybe look at it from that lens in terms of what kind of, I don't want to say reparations or compensations because it's not a money issue. I think it's, how do we repair, how do you even begin to repair that damage? I don't know. How long does it take to repair those damage from, removing a child from that mother? Like, it doesn't fit in my head. And I think that it's going to take, a lot of time It's going to take like a lot of effort and a lot of organizations and people contributing to that. At the same time as, you know, keeping our hearts kind of open and not, because there's a point I think where we're like, just get like close up, right? Because you want to defend, I don't want to hear that story, right? It's too painful. And I'm nobody, you know, I'm useless. What am I supposed to do about that, right? So it's hard not to kind of feel that, right? And still be willing to make those transformation and changes. But yeah, I definitely feel like this is something that that is along the lines of that continuation of genocide. And it should be treated that way, of how we're going to confront that, right? How are we going to stop that?
Thank you so much for your answers. I'm wary of time, so I think I will close up with the opportunity if anybody has any other remarks, and maybe if I could just ask one broad question as to if you had the chance to redesign MCFD services, is there one thing you would do as a priority or anything? Thank you.
I'm going to answer the last question. I voted for the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People as the only First Nations woman to serve in cabinet up until recently. So I think laws matter. I think rights matter. And I think to the question of where we are, I think there's a fragility around reconciliation. I think people have this fragility that I have to be worried about non-settlers' feelings without people realizing, how do you think we feel about our relatives? And like when Summer Rain was mentioning her remarks, like all those statistics are our relatives. My grandparents went to Brandon, Elkhorn, and Michael's residential school. The genocide is like my grandparents. They're not stats, they're not just like, there's an industry that is also attached to reconciliation. And I think the duty to all of ourselves, our duty is to act with urgency. So the point to take off of your word, like we need swift justice yesterday. And there's 94 calls to action, not 94 ideas. They're like 94 calls to action. And the child welfare is the first section. So MCFD doesn't need to do all of them. Just do your part and do it quickly. And don't be sensitive about it. And the reason why I'm saying this is when I was a politician, someone said to my aunt, your daughter hates MCFD. And my aunt says, no, Melanie is fighting for those kids. And to your answer, I think people that have lived experience see the world in a different way, because we are fighting for our grandparents and our siblings and our mom and our relatives in a way that you'd speed up the fragility if it was your family. And that's all I think we need to move beyond this, like, oh my God, your feelings are hurt. Try not having your language. Try not having a childhood. And that's not for anyone in particular, but I think there's just people hide behind this. And if you had lived experience people, you're like, hey, nothing about us without us, because it's like, I know what it's like to be in foster care. I know. So therefore you can't, you know, I don't know what's the word, but like I think that's the answer. And I never got to become the MCFD minister, but
yeah. Look, hey man, it's your boy Fatty Davis Jr. the Mac Pack, man. You know what I'm saying? One thing.
Yeah, I don't know if I can. I think like, how do you redesign MCFD? Think of how to redesign MCFD.
Everybody's coming to get me.
Roots. It needs to be communities that are community organizations, First Nations. This work. Keep those that are working within these systems in check. Holding them to account across the country, legislation, by their own policies, by these laws, because there's so much. that's happening right now, and the people on the ground aren't adhering to it, and MCFD will pass all these really nice, fluffy policies, but it doesn't trickle down, right? And again, it's a child protection system. View of child without actually looking to like what all of the resources and the positives are within that family, that community, and helping to build that up and expand that, and failing to see all of the harms that are caused by removing the child in the first place. I'm also a survivor of the child welfare system, and thinking about, when I aged out of care, I was a big advocate for, we need to extend the age of care. We need to put all of these resources in place to ensure that young people aging out of the system, have supports in place. And I'm still a proponent for that. But as I moved further on my career, I was like, we're thinking about this all backwards. If we are not bringing kids into care, if I never would have ended up in care in the first place, we wouldn't need to be putting in all these protective factors at the end of the day to try to figure out how to help them be successful. We built up the family and the community and supported that child to remain within their family in some way or another, whether it's with their parents or somebody else, then things look different at the end of the day. As that story Melanie was telling earlier on about, that child not having food at home. And it's like, I dealt with this very recently in my own family. I'm a lawyer. I'm an advocate in this area of law, and was at home in Alberta, and family members, kids that didn't have food, and that hits hard for me. And the thought of calling and making a child protection report was the absolute last thing in my mind. It was like, how do I make sure when I leave that these kids are going to have food? Because in every other way, they're okay and they're safe. And having the system involved is going to unravel all of it. So it's changing our mentality. It's not about making MCFD better. It's about making community feel more empowered to do this work.
Well, everything that Melanie and Dawn said, I'll just add, I was listening to Dorothy Roberts speak recently, and Dorothy Roberts is this amazing thinker on family policing systems from down in the States, and she was talking about, like, if you're an advocate or an activist, like, what can you be doing right now in relation to the family policing system, and to achieve that transformational change. And she was saying, we need to be working toward shrinking the power of the state, shrinking the surveillance and control, chipping away at it while we keep our eye on those longer term goals, and not advocating for additional resources. It's about shrinking that footprint and yes, like advocating for the community-based services and supports.
Yep, ditto. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, just taking the funding away, or at least shrinking the funding and putting it where it's actually going to make a difference is with community, with families, keeping families together, adding those supports, looking at the core issues that families are dealing with that are leading to some of the issues, and being there to back them up with the funding that might have gone into a foster care system.
This one. I'm American. I think a lot about the American election. I think the fundamental sin of the United States is the enslavement of people, and the United States has never dealt with that enslavement. It's just papered over some of the sins with some amendments and a civil war, and now we are seeing the outcome of that, of not actually dealing with the fundamental issue. And the fundamental issue in this case is racism and patriarchy. And unless we deal with those fundamental systems, no change that we make to the way that our laws are implemented is going to actually have an effect.
appreciate you sticking it out for our last lovely panel. And for those of you who are coming back tomorrow, I'll see you at 9.
And husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.
One in 10 husbands beat their wives regularly, and these women...
Over the past 45 years, Canada has seen a remarkable evolution in the fight to end violence against women. This journey has been driven by tireless grassroots activism, policy reform, and social movements that have transformed public awareness and legal frameworks, though the struggle continues to this day. The 1970s and 1980s marked the beginning of a critical period in Canada's fight against gender-based violence. During this time, feminist movements and women's organizations worked to raise awareness about domestic violence, sexual assault, and other forms of abuse that women had long suffered in silence. In 1979, Battered Women's Support Services was born with the belief that violence against women and girls does not take place between two people individually and in isolation, but in a social context and is rooted in the oppression of women. In fact, violence against women and girls is the result of a worldview which supports the right of some people to oppress others. Systems of oppression such as colonialism, slavery, misogyny, and systemic racism have entrenched gendered violence. Since 1979, BWSS has provided counseling and healing spaces for victims and survivors of gender-based violence by taking action through institutional and systemic advocacy, a crisis line, legal advocacy, law reform, youth engagement, and 2 social enterprises. In addition, we support men by urging them to own their role in ending gender-based violence. BWSS was born with the vision of our collective responsibility to build services, ensuring that policies, laws, and societal norms continue to evolve towards equality, justice, and safety for all women, regardless of their race, background, or circumstances. Ending violence against women and girls still requires dismantling the systems of oppression that enable it. At BWSS, we honor our history. We are grateful to link arms with you in our collective action, education, and systemic change as we continue to work for a world free of gender-based violence. Let's keep working together as we continue to work for a more equitable world where violence against women is a thing of the past.